start recording. Just make sure that everything is online. Seems like it's fine. And we'll jump right into it. So, picking up from where we last left off, deep within the swamp and ruins of Berez, you came upon a ramshackle wooden hut built upon the stump of what was once an enormous tree. The rotting roots of the stump thrust up from the mire like the legs of a gigantic spider. And flanking the hut's doorway are two iron cages that dangle like hideous ornaments from the eaves. Some of you kept your distance, hiding in the swamp's undergrowth and watching from distance as the rest of you went in to investigate the hut. You inspected the cages, within which scores of ravens were trapped in each one. Kahi briefly glanced through the hut's front door and peered inside to find the hut packed with old furniture, an iron tub stained with blood, and a ghastly wooden crib with a small child within it. You also found Muriel Martikov, weak and unconscious, locked within one of the cages. But before you could successfully bring her out of her wretched state, an even more wretched presence emerged from the murky waters to the south. The haunched frame of Baba Lysaga, the hateful crone dwelling in this lone, misty swamp, appeared to drag behind her a dead goat as she proceeded to approach her hut. While most of you managed to stay out of sight, Air's location was betrayed by her mount, and so the haggard crone was alerted to your presence. Right off the bat, you informed her of your purpose here in the swamp, of your quest to retrieve the Martikov gemstone, and offered Baba Lysaga the chance to be free of Strahd and this swamp in which he supposedly put her in. And so, Baba Lysaga saw in you potential of rivals to her dear boy, and swore that she would not rest until the last of her son's enemies are destroyed. At this point, Durandal, using illusion magic, took on the visage of Strahd and attempted to deceive Lysaga. It was going well until Durandal approached close and saw a rising doubt in Lysaga's gaze. In a panic, Durandal drew his blade and thrust it forward toward Lysaga's chest. In a fury, you watch as Baba Lysaga's pallid green hands shoot out to grasp the blade, her rough and bark-like face flashing anger. Two shots ring out as Brander pulls out his gun and pulls the trigger on his pepper box. With a trail of gunpowder smoke, the bullets find their mark in the hag's back. As the crone's anger grows, you begin to hear the creaking of wood and saw the giant roots beneath the hut come to life and pull themselves out of the mire, the hut itself, and the roots lurching and groaning and becoming a lumbering mass that cracks as it walks, crushing all in its path. So, pick up right here. So, top of the round, Brander, you did take your action to shoot your weapon twice. However, you still have your bonus action and movement if you wish to take it at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to use my bonus action to get a defensive field. 7 points. And then Dalton's still free action, isn't it? Hello? Talking's free action, yeah? I could...
Talking is free action.
Yeah. Brandon, like, if they're just seeing this house just raise out of the bloody ground like it did, Brandon's just going to look towards it and look to us, and he's just going to start backing up. He is going to shout, "Move back, get away from it," and all that, and just try and tell people to retreat, get back from it. Okay. And then he's going to move 20 feet towards there. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Alright, next in turn then is Kiahi.
Okay. So I'm trying to remember. Muriel is in
The cage to the north.
this cage.
Correct.
Okay. 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 That's interesting.
You struggle to cling onto the hut's sloping thatched roof as it begins to lurch upwards. Do you wish to keep clinging on or to let go, to hover 5 feet above the hut?
I will hover 5 feet above the hut.
Okay.
Throw that on. Keep that for now. Bonus action, I'm going to command Wildfire Spirit to move and Fiery Teleport. And for myself, I'm going to cast Conjure Animals. And I'm going to call on my owls. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 owls. And they will all be 30 feet up in the air over here.
Sure.
So that's my action. And they need to roll initiative. So 1 second. I've already got that open. Character sheet. Init. Oh, that's unfortunate. So movement. I would like to fly straight up 30 feet.
Sure thing. As you fly up, you see one of the lumbering roots whip in 180 motion and try and clip you. I'm gonna go ahead and roll to hit for the hut.
Yep. Oops. Did that in the wrong order, but oh well.
That will be a natural 1 to hit as you
Whew.
deftly
Phew.
dodge out of the way of the root, and it just
my-
smacks into swamp soil with a shuddering thud.
Excellent. So my blunder wasn't that big of a blunder.
That's
Okay.
what my first of 4 predicted natural ones.
So, it's now, that's the end of Kiahi's turn, but my bonus action is going to trigger now with Wildfire Spirit, whose command was to move to here. So Hut's space is taken up by just the big...
For the sake of size, it is this big.
Okay, so it is just the house section,
It is...
not the roots,
Well,
I think.
the roots are part of it, but for the sake of 5e tactics, it is this big.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm going to fly to right here, and Wildfire Spirit, or Fiery Teleport. So that is... sheet, Fiery Teleport. The house will have to make a Dexterity saving throw, DC 15, or take some fire damage. And it is going to end up over here at 15 feet. Do that.
The house? You're moving the entire house?
No, I can't move the house. My Wildfire Spirit is ending up over here.
Right, so the house rolled a 0 for dexterity save, as it is big,
So it takes
lumbering,
6.
still getting stuff out of the mud. How much?
6 fire damage.
6.
6. And Jeb, if you are a willing creature, you end up at the end of this arrow.
For the sake of this, I'm keeping the token of the hot licks on the side, track HP and stuff. But yeah.
Yep. Okay. That is everything I got.
Alrighty then. In that case, yeah, it is your turn.
Okay. So Kiahi's flying
70 feet in the air.
Oh, okay.
30 feet over the house, but because the house is what, 40 or 20?
No, the house is not 4 stories tall. The house is about
Oh.
2,
Okay.
maybe 2.5, rising onto its roots. You're quite
Okay.
a ways above it.
Okay. Oof. She's gonna run into. Okay. Here. Oh, sorry, I have to run all the way. Okay, she's gonna run to baby Lysaga and she's gonna swing her sword.
Charging in, you grasp the handle of your blade, unsheath it, and swing wide. Roll hit.
Yeah, well.
An 18 against Baba the Crone does hit as she goes to turn around, kind of following her evil gaze, distracted by the visage of Strahd as angry realization washes over her face and a shadow over it. The shadow of your blade cleaves her at the shoulder. What's my total damage there, dude? 7?
7 there, but I'm gonna roll one smite. Is she a fiend? I mean, to see if I roll 3
You can
dices,
try
or
and
two
smite her and see how effective it is.
dice? Yeah, I'm smiting. That's for sure.
Alright. For the sake of this, it's a normal roll. As you see, the smite damage take effect, but doesn't purge it like it would a fiend.
Okay.
So
As
what's-
soon as I hit her with the sword, I go for the second attack.
It's true.
22.
You go for a second under attack. As you
Um,
see green cloth and black murkish blood spray out. Alright, so that'll be 9 plus 8 plus 7, correct?
yes, 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 4. So, let me open something.
28.
17, 24, 28.
Correct.
Please count like that all the time.
Siete cuatro. Yeah. You.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead, sorry.
No, go. It's your turn.
Bonus action. I'm casting Sanctuary on Jev.
Alright. You're casting Sanctuary on the visage of Strahd, which you somehow figure out it's Jev.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, forget that. Like, I don't know this Jev. Oh,
Do you? I don't know.
no, I don't. Bonus action, nothing, I guess.
It's up to you. Alright. With that being said, you see, I was like a turn around from your slashes, inspecting her wounds, and she kind of like runs her gangly fingers through the wound and like licks the black blood off and just spits in your direction with a hiss. I do believe it is Nadia's turn next, since you chose to go right after Aya.
Yes, I am going to use 2 of my sorcery point or meta magic points to quicken a spell for a bonus action. That'll be command. I put it on Baba Lysaga, and I use the command word of grovel.
That'll be a
And-
wisdom save.
Yes.
You say the word, it reverberates with tempestuous force, like kind of like a Dova King shout toward her, and you see it hit, and she struggles to. Why am I rolling in secret? Let's roll public. As you see her roll, I rolled the exact same thing. 23 to
Oh,
save
fuck.
against it.
Yeah, she saves. And as my action, I'm going to use I just saw it, Ray of Frost on her. 22 for 8 damage.
22 hits for 8 damage as frost and rime spreads across her body. She is slowed down by 10 feet,
Yes.
correct?
Correct. And that's my turn.
All right. You see her struggle with a wound and rime. Then she looks to the lot of you and meets her gaze upon Strahd. You dare impersonate Strahd and use his love against me. You are nothing compared to him. I have sensed a potential for greatness and darkness in Strahd, surpassing that of any other mortal. You will be punished for your mockery. I will snuff out your life and offer your blood as sacrifice to the night, a blessing for my dear boy. I will show you the power of a mother's love. You see Baba Lysaga's looming form melt away into the mud as she magically transforms into a cloud of black bloodflies. The cloud flies several dozen feet away from you, Ea. If you wish to use your reaction to slash at it, you may do so now. Actually, no, it's not, because Mrs. Step is not trigger provoking. Reflavor Mrs. Step does not trigger
Attack of opportunity.
yeah. The cloud of flies then flies too fast for you, several dozen feet away from Ea, toward what looks to be a giant skull lying in the mud by the hut. The swarm coalesces back into the hag's form as she climbs inside this hollowed out skull. So she's gonna go ahead and blink 30 feet over yonder and use her movement. I believe she has enough, even frosted, yes, to make it. Actually, she has perfect movement to make it 20 feet. Climbing into the hut, you see...
She is slowed.
Yeah, she
okay,
blinked 30 feet, and then, like, with slow movement, still fighting off the rime, she lumbered toward the skull, climbing into it. You see the entire thing levitate and rise to hover above the mud before, with an offshoot, flying upwards like 40 feet in the air. And with a mad cackle, Baba Lysaga points her crooked finger at Strahd and screams, "Plague and rot and creeping cold, feel the illness taking hold, choke and cough and writhe in pain, suffer poison in your veins." Durandal, you feel a wave of negative energy coursing through you. The searing pain makes you kneel, and like your knees just buckle beneath you, and your sight blurs. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oof.
Are
Oh wait,
these fire?
she has to make a wisdom saving throw to target someone else.
True.
No,
Yeah.
no, didn't Ea say that it didn't put Sanctuary on you because
Oh
she
yeah,
did?
that's
because
true.
you're-
Never mind.
She chose not to. All right. So, failing the Constitution saving throw, you take 61 necrotic damage as you feel your very essence shrivel from within. Pain, searing. I believe you drop your illusion, correct?
Yes. I dropped my illusion because I'm no longer concentrating on it.
Yeah, is that you?
What was your initiative? Do you remember?
It was at the. I think. Oh, it's still there. 4.17. I'll put myself. I'm just making death saves, but yeah, I'll put myself back on.
Still.
Oh, now I roll. Oh well.
No, it's fine. I rolled for you. I'm putting you back up there. 4.17?
Only the irony that you rolled a nat 1 the first time and a nat 20 this time.
Yeah. Alrighty then. With that being said, Baba Lysaga is still slowed. She's up 40 feet in the air inside this big skull. That those of you kind of looking up, you can barely see her crooked finger return back into the scroll through the eye hole, as she seems to be like in cover or within it. That being said, it immediately goes to Baba Lysaga's hut as the creeping hut meanders, turning in the direction of Ea first. It's gonna go ahead and do a sweeping strike with its root.
Oof.
Ea against you, 25 to hit.
It's a hit.
You barely manage to find your footing as it knocks you into the ground and retrieves back for a second lash, this time toward the unconscious body of what you can see now is, well, what was Strahd, the illusion now disapparating into the mud, is a face down, floating in the swamp Jeb, as the root just comes down upon him. I'm pretty sure it just hits.
Well, no, you still have to roll to hit, unless you have a plus
I think it.
ridiculous modifier.
You're unconscious prone. I think it's.
It's advantage to hit, but you still
might
have to
roll
to
really
hit.
poorly.
The issue is it's an auto crit.
It's an auto crit, so I get two.
It's an
failed
auto crit
death
if it
once you
approaches, which is, I'm gonna say it does. Just gonna go ahead and approach.
hit. He still needs to roll to hit, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna hit.
Yeah, that was 23 to hit with advantage.
Oh yeah, 23 easily hit, so 2 failed death saves.
Okay, and have a third attack. So it hits and it drags Drendel's corpse below it, like below its base. And I mean, I knew this was coming. If rolling with advantage here, 31 to hit.
Oh yeah, dead.
You just see the whole hut like animated with foul semblance of life. Pulls its gigantic Drook free off the earth and shambles like a spider behemoth, shaking the ground with every step. It flails its roots about, stomping toward Drendel's body. The hut walks over where Drendel's body lays in the mud. For a moment, the hut stands still. Before, with a wooden groan, it bears its entire weight down onto the ground and smashes against the swamp's floor with a crash. When it goes to stand back up, all that remains of Drendel is a broken corpse flattened into the soil. Well, I'll get back to you, Jab, on your turn. Oh, it is your turn. Oh, wonderful. Look at that. That's fate. Okay.
Yeah, I'm dead, so...
Well, it happened. Lightning fast. A sense of impending doom overtakes you. All around you, you can hear screams, shrieks, the undead. Darkness begins to close in, and your vision swims and blurs as the pain of dying envelops you. You can feel the thrum of your heartbeat grow faint, each beat drumming in your head, slowing down, stopping. Sound grows muted. There's a black veil that seems to enshroud you. This moment stretches on for what feels like eternity. In that moment, you see memories flash before you. Your father's dismissive gaze, your siblings, ever youthful, their features fogged before you. The possibility of a life among them as an equal now robbed from you. You think of all the things you could have done if only you had more time. Guilt, regret, and a small flare of anger keeps you aware just long enough for you to remember Samson's face, the friend you failed to save. Reality begins to slip away. Quickly, all falls dark and silent. You feel numb, weightless, without substance. All that is left is just your mind in an otherwise endless void. Then, you feel it. The unshakable dread of all things coming to an end. Your life extinguished. Your accomplishments all for naught. Your legacy shattered. It's all over, just like that. But it shouldn't and doesn't have to be this way. You sense a voice say, addressing what little fleck of consciousness remains of you in this void. The voice is yours, as if coming from your own thoughts. Then you see it. A figure, emerging from the darkness. It's you. Or rather, a different reflection of you, with skin pale and shrouded in clothes made of a dark mist. You look upon yourself and sense there's something insidious about this mirage. The pale reflection looks upon you with a mixture of pity, mischief, cunning. You get a good look at it. It's not you. It's not the elf. His face scarred, with a large scar that lightning bolts up from his eye down his lip. It smirks at you, a certain hunger in its eyes, and says in its own voice, I sense your pain. I see your fear. You're scared of what's coming, and end to all, and nothing more forever. What do you do?
Ponders this creature dressed in dark mists. Is it closer to rags or nice robes, the ragged mists?
The robes appear to be made from black mist.
Okay.
Immaterial, ethereal, like.
He just looks at it and he's clinging on to dear life just for anything to save him from the oblivion.
You're
He just
trying to cling
he-
onto something and find only void. There's a fleck of existence left.
he's the remaining of his conscience clings onto this figure. He just angrily shouts, "Not like this, not to this lesser, this poor crone living in this mud hovel, not like this. To fall to my better is fine, but to this lesser, not like this."
Do I hear the pleas for a second chance at purpose?
My
Mr.
story can't.
Go.
My story cannot end at the hands of something so foul.
Well, then maybe you're not so worthless after all. You look up and you look at the face of this creature. It's no longer the elf. Now it's the face of your father, though you don't quite make out the features, for you don't remember him well. How long has it been in Barovia? It's like looking onto a clay golem or a face made of smooth wax, but nonetheless you recognize the voice, stern as always. Not a failure. Still with purpose. The voice echoes, the figure vanishing to mist. The mist itself closing in, this fleck of existence of yours, fading as panic settles in. You beg, perhaps, that something hurt you.
He's definitely panicking, especially after seeing his father, and just says, I haven't forgotten. I shall make it to Waterdeep. And then he just shouts at the void, "To anything listening, I shall pay any price at all, to finish my mission. To go to Waterdeep and make the meeting for the tapestries. Any price, name it. If it takes me 1,000 years, I will pay it."
Any price? Says a voice in the ether.
Just repeats it like without even a moment's hesitation. Any price, name it.
All that is given is borrowed. This gift is but a fraction of what can be given, but such power is sealed away in the prison of ember. You will serve him. Find us, seek us. Only then will you earn back your soul and a chance to claim what is yours to take. From behind the fog, at the edge of vision, if you can say that that's the sense you're experiencing this, perhaps your mind's eye. From behind it all, through the darkness, you can see shapes glowing in shades of green, shimmering like a wraith. A large incorporeal, magnificent presence lurks in the void, watching. Your reflections, all of them, your father, you, the elf, others. Watch. Their eyes betraying a shimmer that matches this jade shade of green. They extend out their hand. That's when the dream ends for now. As we return to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Oh, I see
Alrighty
what
then.
you did there.
Yeah.
Brandar, it is your turn.
Yeah, well, he's just had a clear view of Jeb just getting fucking
Just see the
annihilated.
hut rise and there's like pieces of
Yeah.
jet flicking off.
Yeah, Brandar is actually literally going to shout, like, upwards to KI and ADTA, he's just going to go, get the fuck out of there! Run! And he's just going to... Lysaga's covered by this skull now, isn't she?
She has like a 3/4 cover, especially from below, since the skull is hollowed out, upside down, and she's within it.
Yeah. Check some quick.
Sure thing.
Just checking the range of that. That didn't mean to actually hit it.
Let's go. What you doing?
But yeah, he's basically he's just going to hold out his he's gauntlet, and you're just going to. It's like basically it's a 5-foot range, so it will reach the house. And you're just going to see basically like a burst of acid, like streaming from it. It's 5 feet long range, 5 feet wide, and it's basically goes on the house, so it needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
You got it.
And else it'll be coated in the acid, and it'll take 2d4 acid damage on each of its turns.
As it continues to burn through it. It rolled a 2 dexterity. Big,
So it's
lumbering.
8 damage at first.
Okay.
And on each of its turn, it takes another 2d4 unless it uses an action to get it off.
Noted.
But
You continue to see the acid sizzle and bubble, fuming off. Yep.
and then Brandar's just going to move like another, try and stay at its range. So he's going to try and move another it's about 15 feet for now. Just
Sure.
So, I can
So-
still see the others.
So as you're treading through the mud through this, I'm gonna say difficult terrain, guys. By the way, this entire area is. Kind of forgot to mention it. We now know. As you're treading through difficult terrain through the mud, essentially tactical retreat.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. The giant
Trying
owls. Yeah,
Yeah, he's just trying to tell the others to get the fuck out. That's basically it.
fair enough.
Okay. Giant owls. Kiaki will instruct several of them, get our friends out, and the rest of them go harass. So this guy will fly this way, pick up Nadia if willing, and fly another 10 feet up and over.
Yes.
This one will fly over here and repeat with Aya.
Take
So-
me away, boy.
And actually, probably there.
For the sake of this, I'm gonna put this here so I just know.
Remember, owls have flyby, so
Yeah. Well, I
avoid
mean,
technical
but
abilities. But yeah,
grappled away doesn't get 20 attack. Gotcha.
yeah. So Aya, you would be with that owl. Because 1 second, let me double check distance. Yeah. So we'd have that distance there. This one would fly this way, staying at 30 in the air, heading towards Brander to pick him up. And because I would have seen Jeb get crushed. So the remaining guys are going to do this.
Yep.
So 2, 3, 4, 4, and so that'll be 5 attacks. So the first 5 of these. What's trying to again?
Against who and what?
Baba Lysaga trying to basically fly over top of her and splash on her as they fly past. So bonus attack is 3. Number of dice 2. The die is d6. Bonus damage is 1. So first 5 of these. So I have a 17, a 22, a 16, a 20, and a 14.
The first 4 hit.
So that'll be 8, then 8, 5, 9, and 13.
35.
35 points of, unfortunately, non-magical slashing damage.
Fair enough.
As they slash and rake through her and will continue to try and harry her.
Curse you! Bite upon you! You! She points toward Guy. Little light. Snuff you out. Guy, it is your turn if you wish to take it.
Yes. So, I will fly. Or actually, first, I will toss some fire at Baba Saga, trying to burn her. So, use flame. With an 11, I'm assuming that misses.
Unfortunately, that misses. Sails kind of rebounds off the skull and sputters out.
I will fly this way and up. No, I'm going to stay at only 50. And bonus action will command Wildfire Spirit to leave. Leave into the... or to fiery teleport and then fly into the trees. So it's going to trigger a fiery teleportation, which will hit the house for another DC 15 dexterity save. And it will fiery teleport to
4.
there. So it takes 6 points of fire damage, and then Wildfire Spirit will fly to there.
Zooming. Yeah, it is.
And that's my turn.
Getting off your turn.
I'll be dodging. I'm floating in the air. I don't have anything to do.
Yep, you're held in the owl's talons.
Yeah, I'm trying to repel anything that it's incoming somehow.
What's the strength of those owls?
13. So they're moving at like half speed.
Oof.
They move 60 feet around as their movement.
Okay, so it balances out.
So it balances out, but still, it is a little bit painful.
And these owls are huge, by the way. They're like wingspan, like about 9-10 feet wingspan.
Yeah, this is the eagles have come, except they're owls, not eagles.
Right.
Why they didn't just fly down to Mordor in the first place?
Right, and your allies are 30 feet in the air each?
Nadia is only 10 because I could only do that.
Cool. It's a small number, I don't see that. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Then Aya, do you just continue dodging then?
Yes.
Do you cast anything as the roots are coming towards you? Trying to grab you out of the air?
Yeah. How do you say? Sanctuary on my owl.
Okay. I'll go ahead and put this.
I love it.
Protect me, boy!
Fair enough. With that being said, 14, Nadia.
As I'm getting scooped up and away, I will just blast. Oh, she's 40 feet up. She's covered. I'll blast the house with a firebolt.
Go for it.
Yeah, right there. For 13 points of damage.
25 hits for 13 points of damage as you see part of the house, the thatch roof, just catch fire. The flames turning from this, what color your flame is, I'm assuming orange, to this like vile, sickly green as it continues to burn. Alright, 13.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
And then, bonus action. Yeah, I don't need to do.
What would you
I
do if I
can't
was
do it
like,
anyway.
the house is bloodied? Like, already.
I'm like, well, shit, drop me back down, owl. Let me guide you on. But yeah, if the owl's going like shooing away, then I'll just stay with it.
Fair enough. You watch Baba Lysaga kind of pivot her like a cauldron upside down, pivot the entire skull around the house, swiping at them before aiming her finger toward Keahi, hovering about 50 feet in front of her, 30 feet away from her, 50 feet up in the air. And she says, screaming, cackling, "Feel your body growing firm. Freeze despite your need to squirm. We can mine a pox or worse. Suffer now, my witch's curse." Gahi, you... This voice is gonna kill me. You feel your mind grow overwhelmed and mired as you become sluggish, and then your muscles disobey. You are stunned. Power word stun is just 150 HP or less. And it just works.
Ah!
Yes.
That's
Can I
a problem.
counterspell level
You can
3?
try. It's a level 8 spell.
Oh god, I didn't know that.
You can certainly try.
You can't. You can't. 75 feet
Yeah.
away. Counter spells range 60. Which I believe the stun breaks my concentration, which means all the owls go away.
So you fall 50 feet into the mire. The rest of your allies fall their respective distances. It is 1d6 per 10 feet you fall.
Okay.
So all the owls, so I can just...
Yeah.
They can all fuck
go
off?
away.
Cool, they can all fuck off, thanks.
Wait. You're incapacitated. You can't move or speak. Or you speak only.
Incapacitated wipes out concentration, right?
No.
Correct.
Incapacitated means. No. You can continue to concentrate. You just can't take actions or reactions. So you can continue a concentration, but it doesn't say anything
Well-
about stopping. If you're presently concentrating, it doesn't say it stops. All incapacitated says is you can't take actions or reactions. And
If you're
stunned
incapacitated, you
is-
cannot concentrate. A trick to push, shove, drag, yada yada yada. I'm pretty sure that's them the rules. Let
Can't
me...
move and speak only falteringly.
I understand.
Fails strength
I
and
understand, but it's
dexterity,
also under
and-
spellcasting in the PHP. The PHP mentions
Okay,
that you can make concentration checks, but doesn't mention anything about status effects. If a wizard with concentration spell is confused, charmed, paralyzed, fear, petrified, held, sleep, it will be retain. Being incapacitated damages. Being incapacitated, damage and failed constitution saves, or casting another spell which requires constitution. The GM might also decide. What am I reading here? What is this sentence? I'm 90% sure that stunned, incapacitated means no concentration.
Well, I found like some place and they say like yeah, it breaks concentration.
Well, what's the source?
It's a RPG forum, really.
Oh, I think I know what it's saying. So, being incapacitated, damage, and failed concentration saves, or casting another spell, which requires concentration, break concentration. Incapacitated breaks concentration.
Yeah, anything Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Nadia, you were luckily only 10 feet up. Aya, unfortunately,
Oh boy.
you were 30 feet up. Because I had
Yeah.
space and I was trying to get us away from the hut.
No worries. It was a
What is
good
it,
plan.
1d6?
1d6 per 10 feet.
Yeah, Brander, you lucked out. Because the owl couldn't make it to you.
Yay.
So Aya takes 3d6.
Yes, 10 damage if I roll it.
Baba Lysaga just nosedives like the distance closing in and on an angle toward Keahi, toward where he falls. But I mean, she used her action to start, so that'll be the end. Actually, no. You know what? Where was she? She was like, she was
She was here.
like here, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like, yeah, she was here. Except for that. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She flies nosediving past Keahi and commands her hat to round on Keahi, who is stunned. Alrighty then. I believe. Let me check conditions again. Yes, stunned. Where are you at? Restrained. Stunned. Stunned creature is incapacitated. The creature automatically fails dexterity savings rolls, strength, attack rolls against the creature have advantage. That's what I thought. Okay. So the hut gonna go ahead and meander toward you there. Just gonna stop there. And take those advantageous creeping hut rules against you. We have 27, natural 20, and 28 to hit.
Those will all hit.
I think you're out, right?
So
I
36
think I'm
at the natural 20 brings you down to 0, thankfully.
Yeah, so minus 36.
Because I believe it's per hit instant 0, and then it's the damage you take from there, correct?
Yeah.
And then you suffer 2 failed death saving throws from the 28 to hit.
Yeah, so that's 2 death save fails.
Yeah, he is critical.
There's my wildfire spirit.
Right. Ron, the time has come for your other guy to enter the scene. It is up to you from which direction, from an edge of the map, and how that plays out. I'm gonna use Jeb's initiative for his initiative.
Perfectly fine. I see from the distance. I see a commotion of probably the fucking house splashing about.
Splashing about like a
Like
400 ton baby in
Yeah.
a muddy puddle. Yeah.
So we'll say, just so it's not meta, I'm coming from the far right side of the map.
It can be meta. You can come up from that side to the rescue. I'll allow it.
Okay. I'll come from the left side of the map, just so I'm a bit closer.
Your icon is here. There you go.
You see a dark-skinned elf, flanked by 2 figures, one in heavy armor, one in hide armor. Seeing this, are you hurt? Naughty, are you hurt?
I only
can see
took
that-
5.
Yeah, you can see that bloody.
I look at the closer figure, this horned tiefling in heavy armor, and I cast a spell on them. And you feel this overwhelming force of magic that makes your skin bloat and start to puff up. Do you resist it?
No.
I cast polymorph on you.
Roll death save.
Um,
He kills you.
I'm working for Baba Yaga, y'all. I cast polymorph on Aya and turn her into
Excuse
a
me.
giant ape.
Excuse me. All right. Please hold.
That was my other play at the beginning. I decided to go with the owls instead.
I just run as hard as I can. I just look. Oh, this is not going well. And I just right before Aya turns, I shout, "Throw a rock at the one in the skull!" And then Aya becomes a giant ape.
Yeah, here you go.
can speak, or I have to
No,
monkey?
no.
You
are-
have the
you are
stat block.
dummy.
This is
Okay,
much
monkey-
a surprise.
monkey
It is for me. Your initiative's still in there. I just gave you control over the token.
And I guess technically.
Question. Polymorph. Does it give the full fucking HP of the creature?
Yes.
Yes.
Does Aya
Yes.
fucking have 100% HP right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Fucking Christ! All right.
But with
Yes.
the same AC and mentals and non-magical damage.
Oh boy.
The problem is that it's a concentration spell.
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
And this figure looks not the hardiest.
Right. Well, I mean, for those of you who see this elf enter the scene, though not in portrait and not in token, in game seems familiar. You've met this elf before. All right. That being said, anything else on your turn?
We'll just say my they would dash. They would have taken the dash action, so they're just 30 feet closer to the house.
You have movement.
Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it.
Casimir doesn't move.
Oh, I assumed this was like with my 30 I got here.
Okay, fair enough. We can say that. Brandar, it is your turn.
Yeah, just quickly, did you roll for the 2d4 acid damage for the house?
I did not. Thank you for reminding me. 2d4. Oof.
Just damage.
It is damage.
Okay, right.
We lost A in initiative.
No, she's still there. She just ape. She's in initiative 15. I have it on my GM view. It's all good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lysaga and the house are basically within the same height of each other, yeah?
More or less, the house is towering, looming over her. Yes, but she's like 10 feet off the ground.
Okay. I'm going to basically right between them. I'm going to cast Shatter. So 10-foot radius around the center of them, so it would basically hit them both.
Right. And
For 3d8
and
thunder
the,
damage.
and the bone object she's flying within. So that will be what's a save throw? Sorry.
Yeah, it's just trying to read it.
Save.
Con
Yeah,
Con save.
Con for Baba's
half.
creepy hut is 20.
yeah, I'll pass. We have damage, and Baba herself.
What's the damage?
Oh yeah. $13. And Baba saves as well, so half damage would be what? 7?
Well, it's an inanimate object. Inanimate objects don't roll saves, do they?
I mean, technically, if she's flying it, she could control it. I don't know.
I know, but it's an. I'm telling you, it's an inanimate object. Therefore, what's the rule say about that? A creature,
Last sentence is
a non-magical object,
non-magical.
non-magical. A creature
Is it
made
a-
of environment.
Yeah.
Just gotta roll usual for it then. Okay, so that'll be Baba saved with 19, 20, and then object rolled 13 for its constitution.
Yeah.
So half damage all?
Half damage all but the skull.
Okay.
Okay, and then well, that's my action. I've already got my shield up. So yeah, he's not going to move any further back. Yeah, he's just going to stay there. And the tankard's going to just basically is. Let me just get my shield up again. I'm sure it's 60 feet he's flying us. Oh no, it's 30 feet fly. Okay. He would fly basically about up to here and then up 10 feet. And then he's just going to use one of his 4 strikes down towards above Lysaga. Oh, It'd be a 13. I doubt that hits.
A 13 does not hit, fortunately.
Okay. And that'll be my turn.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will go ahead and roll my death save.
You got this, Martin.
Okay. I am actually. So 10 is a pass.
Yes.
I'm gonna burn my inspiration to roll again, so I can keep the higher one.
Cool.
Either
Yeah,
way,
it's
right?
advantage. Yeah, it's advantage.
Okay. Cool. And that's my turn.
Okay, fair enough. Giant ape, what you doing?
Okay, in my giant new form.
Give me your best King Kong.
Oh, I'm pounding my chest, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
I'm lifting myself from the ground, washing the mud out of my mouth, and I'm grabbing a piece of giant trunk, and I'm gonna run into Baba Lysaga. And with the trunk and with my fist, I'm gonna try to crush the skull where she's in.
Good news, you have 10 feet reach, you can end your turn there and still hit her. Are you gonna go ahead and roll... Go ahead and roll that attack?
Yeah, so it's... Doesn't roll it on the sheet, but it's +9, okay.
Why doesn't it roll on sheet? You click on fist?
Yeah, I'm clicking fist and rock, nothing.
I'll roll it.
I don't know why. Yeah,
She gets multi-attacks, correct?
yeah, multi-attack,
she-
two attacks.
Well, I mean, polymorph gives you multi-attack, correct?
Ah, yeah.
I believe.
I think so.
Somebody can look it up for me.
basically-
Yeah. A 20 and a 23 hit. As you just grab the skull and try to like rattle her out of it. Yeah.
Sarah's muted. A giant ape has either 2 fists or 1 rock attack.
Yes, correct.
I know.
I'm just saying
I say like
polymorph.
grabbing the trunk for flavor. No, not.
That's fine.
There's nothing to grab. And that's the turn. He sadly doesn't have bonus action, and I'm pretty sure I cannot cast spells or smite on
Yes.
this.
No, not while polymorph.
I believe the mechanics of it are best described as take your character sheet, put it aside,
right.
take the stat block. That is now what you do.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Now you see King Kong just rummage through the jungle, grab Baba Yaga's skull, and just pummel her while she's within it. She actually manages to catch the third fist going in and just hold it there. What do you do?
So I look over to see the new figure, but just a quick glance, and is this spot right here? Is that technically in the trees circle, right?
I think you'll be shooting through King Kong's space, so
No. I'm actually thinking of movement. I didn't know.
You can move through your allies as if they're difficult terrain.
Okay.
Actually, no. Giant Ape is 2 sizes above you. You can move freely under her feet.
King Kong is too big to be an
Yeah,
obstacle.
she's size huge. You can move as usual on the floor. It is difficult terrain, however. Their swamp is.
Oh, it is. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
What's happened? 15. Well, that sucks. I had a plan to.
Why is the sorcerer going into
Same
melee range of
Scotty.
a giant tree it can hit for 30 damage is beyond me, but okay. Alright, Ben, you do you.
And from there, God, I could not get to you any possible faster way.
Samson, do you have a backup character by chance?
I
Start
have
rolling it.
several ideas. Yeah,
The backup character is
Yeah.
Samson.
there's a reason I threw in the inspiration into that.
Right.
Because I didn't get a nat 20, that was not gonna work.
Okay, if I give. No, I can't. Oh my God, I tried so hard, Samson. I can't. Or Yahi, but I can't get to you. It's all difficult terrain. Fuck. That threw my whole plan off right there.
Hmm.
Okay. Well. Nope, hold on. Let me move this. 5, 10, 15. Here, I'm going to then... Actually, you know what? Fuck it. 5, 10. I'm gonna stay there. If I can see Kyahi, I'm gonna put Sanctuary. Cast this, please. And then I'm going to move my 10, 15 feet, and I will then cast a Shatter at level
Yeah,
3.
Sanctuary's bonus action. Ooh. Level 3 Shatter against the what? What are you targeting?
So I need to make a circle against I think that's the right proportion.
Sure, you're trying to get all
yeah,
three of them
against
without
them
hitting
too.
allies. Sure,
Yeah, with all three.
you see the muck water ripple out as a thunderous force shatters forth, rattling the skull. I'm gonna go ahead and roll those Constitution saving throws first. Baba Lysaga. On. Next is Hut. On. And finally. Your DC is 16. They all fail. What's the damage? 12?
This is higher level cast right there, so since I higher leveled
Oh,
it,
it's 19.
Yes, correct. And then that's my turn.
House remains resilient, but you can see as Baba Lysaga pushes away the ape's fist and attempts to reestablish herself in the skull. Immediately as she gets up on her feet, the force knocks her off again, and when she comes back up, you can see a trail of like black ichor blood down the side of her face, and her white hair is like matted with sweat as she curses under her breath. Alrighty then, that is damage. That's your turn?
Yes, that was everything.
Alrighty then. Baba Lysaga is going to attempt to rise up with her skull up about 50 feet. She's going to leave your range there, Ape, if you wish to swing.
Yeah, it's coming.
Just click on the word fist on your sheet and it should roll. A 19 does
Did it
not
appear?
hit. It did. A 19 does not hit. It rebounds against the skull, hitting it instead. You can see the impact rebound. Curiously enough, the skull itself doesn't even crack or snap apart at the impact. She rises 50 feet up, and you see crackling green lightning form around her fist as she shoots it forth in a line downwards. It streaks 100 feet toward the newcomer. It's gonna be against you there, Cass. 4. Oh, it's asking me the level. Oh, I can upcast it. Sure.
What's the doubt? Roll a new character. I'm joking.
I was thinking, yeah, you have a backup character for this guy?
So it's gonna be a DC 17 Dexterity save, Cass, as the streak fighting streaks toward you. Casimir, my man, lightning coming towards you. Dexterity save.
I clicked the thing.
Okay.
There he goes. Oh, I don't know why it's whispered, but it's a fail.
It's a 7. So you take 37 lightning damage.
Ooh.
And you roll me a con save against What's the DC for that? Pretty sure it's-
I
It's
get it, I'm
half or
pretty sure.
10,
You-
whichever
you
is,
meet and
whichever
beat.
is higher.
you meet and beat.
I'm like stuck. You see this figure just lock up in just sheer exhaustion, but he looks towards the ape. Not today, you swamp witch.
Oh my god, amazing. That list, the newcomer, you can see his robe is singeing at places where it still sizzles and burns from lightning. Dude's bloodied. Fuck.
Bloodied and then some.
Yeah, right. Christ, this is brutal. The hut swivels around, crushing a root upon the Fae, crushing it beneath, I guess. Like, this is it. That's that.
Well, he's got to make a
Oh, right,
save
wisdom
first.
save. Not very wise hut. I guess, oof, guess who's choosing that target. You see the root whip around and whip toward this little fella over yonder and just smash him to pieces. He disappears below the water with a little puff of like sparkles.
Yeah, bastard!
The Operation roar.
The hut is gonna be. I mean, you know what? You lucky bastard. I rolled low wisdom. I'm not gonna do that to you with the multi attack against you again. It's gonna go ahead and go fisticuffs against Ape. Ape. It is 17 and 27 to hit against
Yeah, I'll
your
bet
AC
hits.
of 12. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
this is the balance. He's beefy, but his AC
All right.
is nothing.
It's what do you call those movies? It's a kaiju battle. 52
Yes.
52 damage.
Kaiju battle.
Okay.
It's House Zilla versus King Kong.
Yeah.
It's gonna end its turn like here. Let's do that.
Oof, thank you, God.
That's movement. Yes, and that will be Casimir's turn.
Casimir, being incredibly hurt, is going to look around. He's going to cast Mirror Image on himself. So there are now 3 Casimirs. And then he just says, Milos, Vratislav, kill the house. They rush 30 feet forward and make 1 attack at the house. You see the heavily armored figure in chainmail brings out a silvered maul and attempts to attack it.
Natural
With
20.
a crit.
You-
Natural. Surprisingly,
You're still whispering, but we'll fix that.
yeah, I'm undoing it. So
Okay.
9 plus
15.
6, and then Milos, who is not whispered, is going to stab at it with a silvered rapier.
Also, it
with a
rolls
20.
2d4 acid, by the way. By the by, a 20 hits.
A massive 12 total. As you see, Milos in hide armor and a rapier just runs up and stabs this tree at the roots, and Vratislav hits it with a maul.
And along with the strikes find true spot true between the cracks and the withering bark now kind of peeling off as the acid works its way through the house, forming holes within the roots. I rolled max damage for acid there. That's 8 additional damage on top of that.
The Dusk Elves shall rise again, you bitch!
I hate it. I hate it very much, and also love it. It's good. Yes, brother. Yes, comrade. We rise. We'll go. Brander, your turn.
Okay, like,
So complete.
okay, so I'm gonna try and see, like, how tall is the house? Like,
It's like 20 or 25 feet tall. I don't know what kind of accent that was. Holy shit. 20 or
Hey.
25 feet tall.
okay, like,
Anyways.
so it's 20. Well, it's 25 feet tall. Was
It,
that
it's
including
like a
when it's,
2-story house, but it's on its roots, so I'm giving it like an undulating height.
Yeah.
With a thatched roof and all that, yeah.
And Lysaga's 50 foot up, so there's a 25 feet gap between them. Is that correct?
Your... Huh?
Basically, I want to... This is kind of my plan, but I'm not
Right.
sure if it's... Yeah, but it's like basically my plan is to try and cast Fairy Fire and get both the house and Lysaga and the skull in it.
You can target an air, like a point within the range that you can see. So you can target above Lysaga and hit her, as well as the hut.
Yeah, but... Oh, so I could.
Yeah. What's
Then-
the... Yeah, because it's a 20-foot cube within range that you can see. It can be an airborne target. It can be like a firework.
Then, you know what? I'm... so... Basically, they need to make dex saving throws.
You got it.
Which I'm... Right, so I'm going to do that. Come on. That's a fail. Come on, fail.
I'm gonna say fucking...
Yes.
The giant skull gets hit, because, I mean...
No, it
The
doesn't.
giant skull resists you so hard.
But it was...
It's actually a curious spectacle. Your fairy fire coming out from the hand. For a moment, you see the glint of the dragon sigil on your wrist guard flash against the light, and as it does so, the entire skull seems to shimmer as well and repel the spell. There's some innate connection there. That being said, that's a fail and a fail. They're both fairy fired.
And I'm in rough terrain, so I am going to move. I can only move 10 feet. Well, my speed's 25, so could I move 15 or is it just 10?
It's half your movement speed.
Yeah, which
So
would
it's
technically
25
be
will be a rounded down, unfortunately. Because
rounded
12.5.
down. Okay.
You
Damn,
could,
I could.
yeah.
Okay, then he's just going to move 2 to here. And that'll be then my turn. I'm just trying to give the rest advantage. They could do hell of damage.
I mean, yeah, he's breathing. I'm praying for a natural 20 here, buddy.
Oh, yes!
He survives another round,
I'm still alive.
clinging to life.
That's it.
Fair enough. Ape, it's your turn.
Okay, Ape is gonna move a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Here. Oh, no, that's not. Ah, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. And he's gonna jump and try to smash David Lysaga with both hands.
Your high jump is not 50 feet up. I'm pretty
She's
sure.
50. Oh man,
She's
I'm
50
sorry.
feet up in the air, but the house is right before
Yeah.
you.
Throw a barrel at it.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
could
that's
throw a
ours.
rock at her.
With advantage.
No, but I think it's range attack, so it will be on disadvantage. So a straight roll.
Why
No,
disadvantage?
it wouldn't.
It will be at
Yeah.
advantage against her, because she's fairy
Okay.
fired.
There's no creature within 5 feet of you. You're within the attack range of the house, but disadvantage is just within 5 feet of you. You just can't be right next to to anyone when you throw a range attack.
Okay, in that case, he's gonna
With advantage.
crouch to the ground. He's gonna pick some mud and he's gonna throw it.
Throw
Mud.
Jeb's body at her.
Roll twice. See if it's a natural 20. It's a natural 20.
Natural 20.
Nice. 50.
For how much?
Christ.
38,
59.
Okay.
59.
59 damage.
How do you want to do this?
You killed
Uh,
Lysaga.
You
Have you
yeeted a rock at her, and you see, like, she turns the skull. Her finger pointed at you. You can see another one was like finger of death spells charging to, like, pointing right between your giant eyebrow between your eyes. You can see death in her eyes, rage, and then panic as a giant boulder comes her way and fucking smooshes her in. And you can see it's like from the backside of the skull, you just see black sludge spray out, and then like for a moment the cluster hovers there, and the rock anticlimactically just back into the ground with a thud, and the entire skull begins to flutter downwards. With no driver, it reaches the ground, falling 60 feet, so it's gonna reach the ground, and it actually crashes into the mud. Babylazaga's dead!
Yay, boys! And, well, I'm just gonna move over the dead body of the smooch thing under the skull.
Can I just say that I
Get
gave her max
here.
HP too? I didn't expect Ape!
No one expected, okay?
Nobody
To be
expects
fair.
Ape.
Ape was my backup. Ape was my other plan.
Jesus Christ.
How the fuck?
Now Ape is plan A, okay? Never plan B, okay?
Okay.
Oh my.
Yeah.
That's my turn.
Nadia, it is yours.
Bonus
Okay.
action, I'm gonna stomp on Baby Lysaga.
Smear. Well, I'm gonna say this. She's not completely smushed. I think you get a close look at the mangled cadaver. Bones broken in funny places, but the chest cavity and the face somewhat recognizable, even though the jaw is kind of like slacked and broken. You know, the frozen expression on her face of surprise. It was a quick, hopefully painless death.
Painless.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so Nadia, it is your turn.
So I have a movement of 35. So how would I break that down if I have rough terrain
It's
to move through?
30,
15 or
17.5 rounds up to 15, unfortunately.
Oh, to 15.
Well, I mean, it rounds to 17.5, but on a grid, it's 15. If you were like microscopic about it, we could like add up those numbers. But I'm pretty sure the PHP says 15 for simplicity's sake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because otherwise you have to do like a count every other turn you move 20 or something. And
I'm pretty sure the PHP
that's
just says rounds
a
down.
lot of extra calculations
True,
and
true, true,
things.
true.
and that's
Yeah,
not
I
fun.
just didn't know since it's like 35 and you have that. If you just round up for the sake of it or just round down. So
Very far is
Okay.
concentration, Brenda. I'm just gonna put a concentration token on you, but now you go ahead and with your turn.
yeah. Oh fuck. I fucked up. I should have moved the other way towards Kyahi the last turn, and I thought I would have maybe 20 movement. So
We're learning.
yeah. So. Oh, wrong thing. 5. All right. So there's the 15.
Right.
I will then.
I should read something about
Oof.
this spell. Just bear with me here.
Mirage or Keen.
Oh, duration 10 days. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I was like, does she draw Arcane Mirage? I was like, no.
I'm then gonna use a dash. Yeah, fuck it. I'll move a dash. And then I'm going to quicken a spell for 2 more points. And I will do a chromatic orb at level 2 to the hut.
To the hat. Sure thing.
Where is it going? There we go.
22 hits. Roll again because it's an advantage because it's very fired.
Oh.
Well, you get a natural 20. Okay, we'll take the first roll. It'll be a total of 12. I'm guessing lightning damage.
Yes, lightning.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Alrighty then. Babylazaka is dead. It is the hut's turn. I'm doing math. Mental maths. You see the hut swing its roots at the two figures right below it. One at V, one M. The first one, I don't remember their name. Sorry, I'm just gonna call them V and M. First one-
Wait, 13 at V might actually miss. That misses V.
That's a natural one.
Yeah,
You just-
surprisingly misses V.
Right. The second one, sweeping toward M. 23.
That definitely hits Milos.
Describe
and
what
he's
happens.
down.
Yeah.
As this large root hits Milos, the one in hide armor, it just crushes him. You see him just bent in half as his head like bends backwards and the back of his head hits his ankles as he's crushed by the heavy roots. And you just hear Casimir, Milosh, no!
Brander from below. I believe I'm within range. I believe. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Brander from below you. You feel the ground shift as suddenly a root pierces through the ground and attempts to grab you. That will be a 31 to hit.
Yes.
So 18 bludgeoning damage as it just punches upwards and sends chunks of your armor like flying airborne as the tendril kind of whips around and almost animated as it is, it almost like locks eyes with you if it had eyes, like a snake thing. That would be, and then it takes its movement. So Casimir, it is your turn if you wish to take it. For your V as well. I'm guessing they rule their own initiative.
I have Vratislav is definitely going to attempt to bonk with a 15. And V, he just has a quarterstaff that he's going to.
Well, I'm going
to
movement. Hold on, I'm going movement with my hot away, actually.
Oh,
so you can take opportunity attacks, I believe, on them.
V, yeah. With V, I can. With I'm outside of the range of Casimir, I believe.
Okay, it's gonna stay within range of the ape, so here. But it does move away from that one, and it
does 15 hit?
15 against the giant. No.
I assumed he was easy to hit, but had like a million HP. I didn't know if he was like hard to hit with. Or, like,
he's
easy to
slow,
hit with, like,
lumbering, but there is substance to it. On the end of the turn, it takes 2d4 acid damage still, I believe. Does that just last till like you?
Oh wait,
a minute.
Unless he spends the action to like.
It's not concentration, is it?
Oh no, yeah, wait, that would have dropped because I used Fairy Fire. Sorry.
You're concentrated on Fairy Fire. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And I should have rolled after that attack. My bad. Sorry.
True. Which means that Vratislav gets to roll with advantage. By the way, to hit. That's Fairy Fire. Rules within rules. 15 does not hit, unfortunately. But it is Vratislav's turn now, as I've taken my movement, and then Casimir's. Wait, no, Vratislav's rolled 21. Is he on your turn or its own initiative?
It goes on my turn. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so we'll say on your turn for simplicity's sake. Okay.
Yeah. So I will. The Casimirs are going to dash towards. I'm the one in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2.
It's difficult terrain.
It is.
1, 2.
Which means if you dash, you only make 6.
So I'm here. I'm like 2 away, so I'm here.
Okay. I'll put this here for now, for my sanity's sake.
Dash, yeah. Let me mark this guy because he's Casimir Prime. Just Casimir Prime.
Casimir Prime.
That's my dash action, and Vratislav is going to. Nah, fuck it. He's gonna dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's gonna be within 30 feet. That's all he can do.
Okay, fair enough. Next on the round is Brandar.
Okay. There's not really much I can. Wait one second, I'm just gonna read something. Yeah, I'm just gonna cast. Yeah, just going to cast Firebolt and fire it directly at the house.
Fair enough. Loading a special bullet into your gun there.
Yeah, sure. If you want to flavor away that special piece of ammunition, aims it and fires.
Incendiary! Natural 20!
Boom.
That's a fucking a lot of damage for a level 1 spell. Jesus. So that's 34 damage.
Cantrip.
You blast a giant hole. There was no window in the house before. There is now. You blasted a hole through the house, and you can see the blast actually go through the other end of the house as tinder and wood, charred, just flies out of the other end. Jesus. That's a lot of damage.
How bloody is the house?
It's bloodied.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't die.
and then yeah, just going to move it further. Then down closer. I can't get any closer than that. And then that'll be me.
I wanted to ask, can we give
Get
inspiration
out
to other
here.
people?
You see?
Yeah, he's dead.
God, just like your eyes flutter open and shut, slow blinking as you're slowly sinking into the mud. Your friend's so close to you, you reach your hand out and then it falls limp as the wings grow ashen. You almost made it. Oh,
Yeah.
quick! Does anybody have revivify? All right.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Also, healing word?
Nope.
No. What are we?
I don't have any.
What
I
are we,
don't have any.
druids?
Doesn't Nadia have healing word?
Actually, I just looked through my list and I fucked up super hard.
Oh my
Because that was
Healing word?
god.
I actually do because I gave it to Jeb.
Yeah, I was
A long
wondering why
time
you didn't
ago.
cast it.
I thought you didn't have it, Meg! Oh my god!
I
yeah,
completely
you-
fucked up.
I'm the one who
Pain.
knew you
Bad.
had it.
Actual
I'm the one who knew you had it. I was
pain.
letting you play your character.
Yeah,
No,
I
just
didn't-
fucking tell me because now I feel super awful because I went over my spell list and I was like, fuck,
didn't
like
wanna
I
say
have
anything.
one slot. No, fucking tell me next time. I
Nadia,
feel fucking bad.
Nadia, roll for sanity. Like, you fucking. I could have saved him. Fuck, that's brutal. Alright. Well,
Nadia's races towards against fairies. You know it now.
Ape Stern. The kaiju fight continues.
Ape grab a boulder and throws it to Nadia.
I wouldn't blame you.
Okay, Ape grabs the new window and with the other hand starts smashing the ceiling.
Go for it. Roll for it. It's like grabbing somebody by the fucking eyeball. A 17 hits for 20. That's some insane damage.
27. Yes.
Polymorph is insane.
It bounces out against them being non-magical.
It is against fair fire, so you get to rule again. If you're
okay.
doing a second attack,
Yeah.
and you roll twice because of advantage.
The other thing to
20
remember
hits.
with polymorph is that it's concentration on the caster.
I know.
Yes.
So you're consuming two people effectively to actively use it. Because even if you can cast it on yourself, but then any hit against you has good chances to break that concentration.
I think 45 total.
Yeah, no, I'm applying damage. You're just bashing more holes into this. You can see the furniture. You would expect at this point, the furniture itself, if it was loose, to just fucking rattle around. The furniture is like affixed to the ground, as if Baba Lysaga was prepared for the ever shifting and moving of this hut. The crib is still there. Within the crib is a crying child. And now you've put a few holes in this fucking thing. You roll me perception.
Let's see.
Because you're so close to
I
it.
forgot about the baby.
14.
You, for a moment, at the peripheral feral vision, in between fists of rage and fisting this thing, you catch a glint of something shiny, green, below the floorboards.
That's it. I think it was 18, by the way. Sorry about that. But yeah.
Yes. Nadia,
Shiny.
cry.
Yes. I will, like, give up everything. I feel so fucking bad. You have no idea. I got so tunneled vision on something else.
Listen, I mean, Martin's just sitting there like, another character off my concept shelf.
Yep.
I know, but that's still shitty on my end.
How do you think I feel? I'm like sitting here like, I had DM notes for this character, I guess. Rip. Like... Oof. It happens. Welcome to Barovia. This is a fucking deadly encounter. Apes is saving your asses.
Yeah.
I was 1 turn away. I have cure wounds. I was gonna do it. You just needed to hold on for 1 more turn.
The dice, man.
I
The
was-
dice.
I was gonna give him a good berry with my giant's hands. No, I'm joking.
That's inside you. That good berry.
But Keahi has like 3,000 on him. But I don't
I
think I
only had
can
one
reach
on
through
me.
his pocket. Oh, that's
I
enough.
only had 1 on me.
I
at the
think
time.
polymorph actually makes you drop,
No.
absorb
It-
into
it's
yourself.
inside you. It's like
Or-
It's
wild
inside you, including
yeah.
Goodberry, I think. If it was in
Yeah,
your
yeah,
like, backpack, unfortunately.
all magical items and like weapons merge into your form.
What did you say about the hole? And there's a child in like a.
So the furniture is affixed to the floor. There's a crib in the middle of the house. You can see it through the gaping holes that are being punched in by this monkey. And there's appears to be a baby in the crib crying. And for the briefest moment, Ape noticed something glitter green within, through the floorboards. But you know,
So I'm gonna move.
sure.
5, 10, 15. And then I'm going to use. Oh my god, I'm so fucked up.
You're
I will
still-
use.
You're shook from like missing.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean,
Yeah, it
I'm
happens,
fucking
man.
retarded.
Yeah.
I know, but like that's just really shitty of me. I didn't even realize that, and I feel awful still.
Well, next time you will remember.
My ADD is real bad, so probably not.
You're hungry is why.
No, well, true, yeah.
It
Um,
happens.
Look at all these corpses.
I'm gonna use command word on the house again. And use the command word of
I believe. Link me the spell. I'll just save you wasting a spell slot if it doesn't work on this creature type. I
Yeah,
don't,
so it was
I
doubt
don't,
it
undead.
works.
don't think it works on constructs.
Can't.
Does
okay.
it understand language?
No, to a creature you can see. Never mind. It works on constructs. Cool.
Yeah, 'cause I remember the
What?
undead thing, the biggest.
Does it understand? What if it doesn't understand
Yeah.
language?
It doesn't work. If it
S-
doesn't
save the spell
understand your
slot.
language,
This thing does not talk.
Okay, because I didn't know if she commanded it if it was by her.
By her snapping her finger.
Yeah, I didn't know if it
It's a
was-
magical construct. It doesn't speak a language.
Okay.
Which is not true to Russian lore, by the way. Baba Yaga's hot, doesn't understand, just doesn't speak. Just like any undead minion. But
Yeah, I remember we talked about that a long time ago. and I
Well,
was
this is
like,
Baba
that's worth a
Lysaga,
try.
as you
You're
said
right.
last week, not Baba Yaga.
yeah. Don't confuse the
now
lore,
it's
guys.
Baba Pancake, apparently. She had
Um,
176 health, by the way, boys. Giant ape.
I'll cast Bless then on.
Yeah, his corpse.
Yeah, I was gonna
3
say
times,
that.
all 3
That's
times. Does that do
D4.
anything? Divine intervention, please.
Do you pray?
So, do I what?
Do you pray?
Sure.
How do you pray? In
Oh,
this
are you
cha-
really allowing me?
Yes, as you see this kaiju fight unfold, the two behemoths battling each other, you get a moment of this very disturbing quiet, as you can see the remnants of Jeb floating in amok, and the frail, almost childlike figure of the Ashen Fairy. Do you pray?
So I close my eyes like really, really tight. Yeah, pretty much. So I close my eyes really tight. Hold my hands together close to my chest, and just utter something to. Man, I don't even know what I would say. Fuck, I don't know. But I just pick 1, 2, and 3 for bless. I think I have to turn that on somehow. Oh, right there. And then since I did that, would I be able to bonus action like into like the hole, like 10 feet?
You can attempt to grapple onto the creature using the rules for climbing creature, which are
Well, I have spider climb.
Yes, I know. If a creature wants
Oh,
to
okay.
jump onto another creature, it can do so by grappling. A small or medium creature has a little chance of making successful grapples against a huge or gargantuan creature. However, unless magic has granted the grappler supernatural might, which I think might apply to you, as an alternative, a suitable large opponent can be treated as terrain for the purpose of jumping onto its back or clinging to its limbs. After making any ability checks necessary to get into position onto the large creature's, I'm gonna have to make me either an athletics or acrobatics check, if you don't mind, contested by its check as you're trying to essentially climb on top of it while it's battling.
Okay.
It doesn't have very good
Fuck.
dexterity, so you might be able to still make this.
Oh my god.
you manage to actually treat it as difficult terrain.
Okay.
While the entire space, smaller creature moves with it, but you have advantage on attack rolls against it as you're climbing it.
Oh, nice.
Treating the space as difficult terrain. How much more movement do you have once you're in space?
Well, I used 15, and then to
And then
get
you-
there.
and you-
No, I used 15. I bonus action 10, so technically I have another 15 left if it's normal.
It's not. It's difficult terrain. That's what I'm saying.
It's difficult. So then, no, I have none.
Okay, so you manage to hold on to it and stay on top of it.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. You didn't pray, so I'm gonna discard that. I'm going to rule. How many punches was that? Like 2 punches. I'm gonna roll 1d4. 1 is north. 2 is in where you're at, west. 3 is like. I'm just gonna roll a 1d2 because you won't make holes in the other one. So 1 hole there and 1 hole there. Let's see what you get. Cool. You have a hole right in front of you. It's like gaping, like about 3 feet. You manage to crawl. It's enough space for it to crawl in. It's like giant ape fist-sized hole in front of you, in the wall. And another one you can see through that hole, through the interior of the hut. You can see across. There's a hole in the north wall as well.
Okie dokie.
For the sake of zone, I'm gonna put its token here, and I'm gonna do this. Is that it for your turn? However.
Yeah, that's all I can do. I'm tapped out.
Okay, so bear with me 5 seconds because you are on top of it. That's the inside of what you see.
Okay.
Okay, giant ape time.
It's my turn.
No, sorry, I'm hitting against you. It's my turn. So the first hit is a 29 for 31 damage.
It hits.
Okay, the second hit is 30 for
Obviously.
25.
Are you still up?
Giant ape, yes.
And roll me stealth, Nadia, as you're climbing on top of this thing, trying to be a tick on this behemoth as it's fighting. It's gonna be a DC. Fucking, you met it. How do you do that? I was gonna say it's gonna be a DC 15. You meet beat. Okay, it's gonna focus its full attention on the giant ape in front of it for a third hit. Then, as you manage to stay under it, it'll be 30 to hit. This thing hits like a fucking truck. So that'll be
Yes.
a total of 31.
85.
You still up?
You can see that the ape is bleeding all around him.
Fucking hell.
I'm gonna look into fucking.
100.
I'm gonna look into polymorph after this. This is ridiculous. That's level
Polymorph is a phenomenal
7?
spell.
Polymorph is by far the best 4th level spell in the game. It isn't even close.
Okay.
Prepare the second one, ape, okay?
Okay, that's it
That's
for
it,
my
right?
turn, as it remains engaged with giant ape. Ratislav's turn. Where are you?
Casimir is going to
Okay.
step up.
I don't know where Casimir's initiative went, but okay.
Just keep Vratislav. He's the same initiative.
Okay.
Cannot. He's dead, isn't he?
Well,
Yep.
I mean, yeah, a fresh corpse.
Triple failed, 3 failed death saves.
He's not breathing.
Our CPR.
Can I see Jeb from here?
You can see a body floating, like face down in the mud, where the corpse is. Yeah,
Where is he?
it's like down there.
Let me see something here.
You want to take a moment to think about your turn? Because I'm gonna tell.
Hey, I just need a second to see distances. Nah, they're all both out of
Okay.
distance. You know what? Seeing that this, well, Bratislav is going to bonk the house.
Okay.
I clicked it. Well,
And-
that's a miss.
And
12 is
yeah.
a miss. And I'm going to. Can I reach the house from here? Difficult terrain, right?
Difficult terrain, unfortunately, especially through this
Cannot.
mucky water.
Did I? I can't cast anything.
Well, I feel terrible for Martin. He spent the game stunned and dead.
I
Yeah, you sure?
cast.
Yeah.
I apologize, and I look inside the house. I look inside the window, and inside the hole the ape made, I cast create bonfire inside of it.
Okay, you illuminated within. Get a bonfire on the ground that you can see within range. Any creature in the bonfire space. I'll allow it. It's clever.
It can be on the ground if you want. It's essentially just a
No,
cantrip for damage.
you can make it inside if you want. It's gonna make a dexterity saving throw.
Yes.
Go, trying to. 12.
Meats.
15 fire
Well-
damage inside.
Isn't it a DC-14?
DC 14, yeah.
Yeah.
He rolled a 12.
Doesn't meet. So 15.
Alright, I read the thing that said 12 there, not bad.
Okay. Do math. Okay.
And Bratislav is gonna just meander his way a bit closer towards the shit show.
Sure is. All right. Brander.
Okay, right, well, I'm gonna move my whole 10 feet. And this time. Sure. I won't fireball out this time. What I'll do is I'll just take 2 shots with the pepper box. So they'll both still be advantage. And a crib.
Middle of the room. You can say it out
Okay.
loud, by the way. I don't reach out too often. Yep.
Okay. Just like I don't like to interrupt the other guy.
Yep.
First one. A 17.
A 17 hits.
That's for 14. And the second one, 25 for 11, so 25 damage.
25 damage. The house begins to creak. You can see the wall paneling kind of flake off and fall into the mud and moss. It's on its last fighting legs at this point. Is it 15? Okay. No, 25.
And that'll be the end of my turn.
Math time. Okay. Two-digit mouth. Two-digit mouth. Yeah, he is dead. Sorry. Giant ape.
That says where it ends.
Okay, giant ape is all bleeding all around him, and he's trying to keep smashing outside the house. Question: can I grab the baby? Or
You can try.
okay, I'll try to grab the baby.
Give me a
Thank
moment.
Baby's a level 12 monk.
I cannot
You
destroy
reach-
the house with.
You
the baby.
reach in through the hole toward the crib, and you're trying to grab at the mass of blankets and the source of the sound. Give me one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. I had to get to the last fucking paragraph. You grab the source, and you just feel blankets. Looking within, you can see a child. And grabbing it, hand passes through him.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Does it make sense to the monkey though?
He's not unwise, so he comprehends life and death.
Roll me
He
intelligence.
doesn't know why.
Like, does the monkey think he just missed the child?
I'm more concerned with
I don't
like,
think-
what was your plan? Gotcha.
I just taking out. Like I have the blankets, and the rest I think I have the baby.
You pull out the blankets are real. The crib, pieces of it. But do you like pull till it breaks kind of thing, or do you just pull out blankets?
I pull like the whole crib if it can fit in my hand. Everything together.
Okay. Roll me strength, like
Strength,
athletics. Yeah.
sure.
The crib is nailed to the floor. Yeah.
Come on, house.
Is that 25?
Yeah,
Yeah,
25 is
Plus-
You
plus
don't just
nine.
rip the crib, you rip the floorboards beneath it. As you do so, Nadia, you watch the crib lift with a crack out of the house, and below the floorboards, something green, like a green heart, glows. Meanwhile, Aya has crib in her hand, and there's a child crying within crib.
That's my action, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I have a baby and a crib.
Nadia,
I'm
the house is technically difficult terrain while you're on it, including inside it. Entering the hut, you see it is packed with old furniture, including a wooden cot, a wicker cabinet, a slender wardrobe, a wooden table, there's a stool, a barrel-topped wooden chest, and an iron top stained with blood. In the middle of the room used to be a ghastly wooden crib. It's not there anymore. Now there's a gaping hole. What do you do?
So I'm gonna move over. I'm gonna kick that chest over, and
As you
I'm going to
Kick it
just-
against the wall. It doesn't move. It's nailed to the floor. So it's
Yeah,
actually
fuck
kind of hurts your toes a little bit as it doesn't shift. But yeah,
Okay. I want to go over to. I mean, like, if he went to go reach for the crib, I would have seen that his hand like went right through it, though, right?
correct. It's
And I-
happening
okay.
in front of your eyes.
Right. So I'm gonna go down to like where the floorboards, I guess, used to be, and then try to go find that the green presence,
Cool.
and then try to. If it's within, I mean, what does it look like? I'm gonna
It looks
probably grab it.
familiar. The beneath the rotten floorboards of the hut, there's a cavity in the stump itself, and there's a glowing green familiar gem. It's shaped like a cone. It's one of the Martikov gems.
I will grab it.
Go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw as the cavity itself it grows wooden teeth, and you can see it like a mimic mouth attempt to like snatch at you. You grab at the gem and attempt to yank it out. You roll 21. You yank it out as the
Jesus.
teeth just smash in, and the house angrily groans around you as you can see several tendril-like roots begin to reach around the holes into the house and towards you. But you have the gem in your hand, and as you lift it up, you can see its glow ebb brighter and dim ever so slowly into a calm jade-like color as the whole house slows down and then with a thud rests in the mud. You have to keep your footing as it crashes down. Go still.
Hopefully this won't change anything. I forgot. I just realized create bonfire is a concentration spell. So when I cast that, monkey drop. I thought it was like a splash thing. No,
It's
a
way. I
concentration.
wish you would have told me that before.
I
Way too late
apologize.
now. I'll allow things to transpire as they have now. Monkey returns back to Aya. It's fine. It is. It's fine.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But next time just.
Yeah, no, I
You're
thought
getting
create
used to a
bonfire is like
caster. It's
fireball.
fine. Well, I'm also gonna look up into Giant Ape after this and see if you actually cheated. I feel cheated. You won. You weren't allowed to win. But no. Anyways, Nadia, you hold this gem in your hand. It's all just like a muted color, a speck of green within its crystalline center. The entire house goes still. We are out of initiative.
Casimir starts dragging Kiahi's body towards the pile of the other bodies.
As I hold it, I have it firmly in my hand, and I take a quick, check my surroundings and everything. Notice that, the house is stopped, and I'll walk towards the one of the holes in the walls and emerge from it. And I kind of just have like a blank kind of like feeling, like a stare. Like after it's all done, I kind of feel like I almost like kind of blacked out, hop down into like the murky water, splash down, and I look down, look at the emerald, and just kind of like gaze into it for just a second, and then just kind of take into my surroundings. But then also I also see the Jeb. What's your new character's name?
Casimir.
Casimir.
Casimir. Well, I'm writing this
Some
down.
of you already met him
But
before.
I think
Yeah,
you
you-
met him.
Yeah, I think so. I was gonna say that sounds familiar.
He was the elf in the dust elf from the Dusk Town. Well, you can explain yourself, Jeff or Casimir.
Yeah, in the calm of battle, unless we're rushing to heal anybody, unless somebody has revivified and forgotten their spell shit, like a minute will pass.
Hey.
So
But I would kind of look back around, see everyone kind of scraping together, themselves. Everyone's probably bloodied and all this stuff. And then it kind of just hits me where I realize I had tunnel vision super fucking hard. And now 2 of my friends are dead. And I kind of just wonder, what did I fucking do?
You there. Thank you for killing this awful creature. Please help me drag your friend here. I need to inspect them.
I look back at the house and look at Casimir, and kind of just like with an empty look, I just kind of go over to Jeb's body and kind of try to roll him out of the mud, pull him out, but gently as I can.
Yeah, he was already moved down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I would have Casimir would have dragged Kiahi over,
Sure.
like next to the like into like the line of the 3 bodies. There, we'll just make a nice line here. You see Casimir trying to slowly bend the bent in half figure back up, putting him on his back.
Sounding like with a very kind of like lump in her throat and everything. She kind of speaks up. What is it that you're doing?
Well,
What are you expecting?
they are, and you see him. He takes the end of his staff. You see like a golden skull at the end of a quarterstaff. He like uses it to rest his weight down. He kneels down. He's trying to just straighten up the figure in the hide armor as straight as he can. He looks Kiahi up and down. He like opens his mouth, checks his teeth, does the same with Jeb. They fought well. Hopefully they died quick and did not suffer. Was there anything you wish to say to either of them?
I wouldn't say that it was painless. Oh my god, I just feel... And then like this like just wave of like just like sadness just washes over her, and she just kind of starts to cry with the gem in her hand, kind of putting it up to her face.
It sounds like you have unfinished business with this one. And he points at Kiahi.
Yeah, with with both. I lost myself. I let all this power, everything go to my head, and I can't think straight anymore.
Well, I can. Is there anything you wish to say to one of them?
To both of them. And then she just takes like a big inhale, and it just kind of all just like flows out.
Casimir, hearing this, is going to do his best and cast Speak with Dead on both of them.
Okay.
And you see each of them gives a quick inhale. Their eyes like open. You have 5 questions with each.
You have 5 questions.
He says it. You have 5 questions with each. 2 level 3 spells.
Oh, I gotta think really quick. For Jeb, Jeb,
you have 10 minutes also.
Is it only questions, or am I like just able to like just talk to them as well?
Well, no, you have 5. Like it's not like you have 5 questions specifically. 5 questions.
Is it?
with
Are
each
you
of them.
dual casting on 2 targets? Because it's 1 target at a time, I believe.
It's not concentration.
Oh, okay. Have conversation
it's
with
a
friends
waste of 2
all together
threes.
now.
It's not concentration for
I
whatever
thought
fucking
I thought
reason.
Casimir was gonna be like brooding and like my people, and you're like hello.
He almost says German.
There's time for that.
Right.
But right now he's destroyed Baba Yaga by throwing a monkey at it.
Good
When
monkey.
problems, throw a monkey. For Jeb, I would ask, what can I find in Darkon to help you in the afterlife?
Jeb would say, like in just like a breathy, like inhaley voice, like in the Darkon, go to the Amber Temple.
Amber Temple. And then
Casimir will make note of that. 4 more questions.
refresh my memory. Did Strahd say something to you when we were in that town? Like when you slipped the amulet into his pocket? Was there something that he said to you? Because I don't think
I
that
mean,
was
you
ever
were not there to
involved.
witness it, so you wouldn't know.
Oh well, that's I guess.
And
that's true.
Jeb would have come. All Jeb would have said was he gave Strahd the amulet and he's sorry for it because he desperately wanted to bring Samson back. That's the extent of what he would have said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I knew. Oh fuck. Honestly, if anyone else has any other questions too, but
What do you want us to do with your remains? Then Kiahi.
Jeb would say, I am keep my remains. Go to the Amber Temple.
remains to Amber.
Just doing what he can to repeat the voice that he heard on the brink of oblivion.
That's fair. I mean, I'll allow it. Cool.
I assume, like,
Technically, it's whatever. It's only information you in life, but I'll allow it.
If it's in life, no. If
it's
that's very
Barovia,
important.
death is weird. I'll allow it. Don't worry.
It's
about
very important. If it's in life, he would say, bring it back to his father. If it's in life, it's up to you. It's up to you.
No, I'm telling you, death is weird in Barovia. The connection between life and death is fairly thinly veiled. I'll allow it. I'm allowing it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, in future campaigns, FYI, if you ever play Necromancer, it's only things you knew in life.
Well, spoilers, DM.
And then what did Kiahi want?
Well, you haven't asked him a question yet.
Yeah.
Well,
what do you want with your remains, Kiahi?
Yeah, she had asked that.
Response would just be Blaze.
Yeah. Well, Bandar would go to Guy and just say, well, I have no idea if you can understand me, but is there anything that you'd like us to try and do to honour your memory? One last thing we can do.
So that would be the response.
Like-
Burn brighter, fall to ruin, and be reborn. That is the never-ending cycle of life and destruction.
Is there any particular place where you like it to happen? Maybe the Jester Hill tree.
Not fucking here.
But I think his response to that would just be, in the blaze.
To be burnt to ashes.
Maybe like a pyre.
Did you have a wish that you wish that we fulfill for you? Something that you couldn't finish in life?
To burn this land and restore it.
And restore it.
Even in death, he's a whole pyromaniac.
Of course.
What did you expect? Rosebud. Like, what did you?
This was a fundamental part of Keahi.
Oh, I know.
Like, he was like all fey and playful to the very end, and you ask his corpse, like, "Hey man, like any last missions?" And he's like, "420 blaze it." Like, what do you? It's guy. It's good and sudden end.
Is there anything you will want us to say to a family member for you to say goodbye to them?
Is that to both of them?
Yeah, to both of them.
Question: Does Keahi have to respond to that?
You respond as you normally would. You're not. It's not like Zone of Truth.
It's
or
not
anything.
charm or anything. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're essentially yourself. You would say what you would say. in
Technically,
life,
the spell
slash-
compels you to answer something. It just doesn't have to be like.
There would be a little bit of almost sickly laughter because having been crushed, laughter is kind of hard. But there would have been a little bit of laughter at that, but no actual words.
And you, Jeff?
Jeb would
Brander-
just go on.
I was gonna say, Brander would know that Keahi had never talked about family.
Yeah.
Jeb would just say, apologize to father.
I think we have one more question for each.
Fuck. Jeb, did you talk about your mother at all in the past? I can't remember.
Saffron.
I know we
had
After the tower and the card reading with
Esmeralda.
Yeah, he brought up Darkon once and mentioned about being part poor and his mother. He mentioned something about his mother and needing to go to Darkon to find out.
My plans ruined. Like,
Why did I did this to myself?
Like he didn't go. We didn't get too deep into it because we had other shit to do. But he mentioned essentially, like, he mentioned his mother and needing to go to Darkon to find more about his story, and he seemed very shocked and worried that he was half poor.
Life priorities.
I was gonna say, what importance would to find more out does your mother have in Darkon? But I already kind of asked that, like, what can I find in Darkon? Knowing I know something that your mother, but all you said was the Amber Temple, so never mind.
He said, I think he said like forget Darkon, go to the Ember Temple. Something
Yeah,
along those
yeah.
lines.
He said
Oh,
like,
I couldn't hear
well,
that.
what to do with your mage? He said forget.
Hmm.
He said like forget Darkon. Go to the Ember Temple.
I'm gonna say, as Jeb said that, Casimir, you hear a whisper on the wind in your ear, uncomfortably close. It makes the hair on the back of your neck stand. It's a feminine voice, familiar from a dream, from a life. This one still clings. Bring him there.
Yeah, and Casimir's not gonna hide it. He says, oh, of course.
Those of you perceptive enough would notice Casimir whispering something to himself, perhaps a silent prayer. Maybe he's talking to himself.
Is it something going on?
No, do not focus on me. Focus on your goodbyes to your comrades.
He's no fun. He's no Blinsky.
This is the best Slav I can do.
I will never.
Does anyone want more questions, or I can do more? But
No, if you can, go for it.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything
Jeb,
off the top of my head right now.
if we met your mother, is there anything particular you want to tell her?
You actually see Jeb's lip tremble just for a fraction of a second, and then he would just choke out the words, "Ask her."
What?
Ask her why I wasn't good enough.
Hmm.
And with that, the final question, you just hear a deep exhale as Jeb fully goes limp and his eyes stare upwards at the sky, fully limp, devoid of any animation left. You have but 2 minutes left and one question with the other one.
I am trying so hard to think of like something really good.
If I said I was sorry, would you forgive me?
Yeah,
That's a good
that's
one,
a
too.
good question. That's an amazing question.
If I said sorry,
I vote that one. Do you forgive me? Yeah.
Who? It was Durandal who wore the ring of spellcasting, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
If he saw that on Jordan, he would have definitely picked up, like, pulled the ring off of Jordan's
Who?
finger. He wouldn't put it
Casimir?
on, but he would like pick it. He would, Casimir would have taken it off his finger. Both of them, actually.
You
The
watch
one
Casimir
of Sky's
take-
self and the other one.
The Ember.
oh, I'm too fucking mentally exhausted after this one, so she's just like not paying attention.
If
Okay.
anyone says anything, he'll give pause. But like, as he was inspecting like the teeth and stuff, he sees like the two valuable-looking rings on Jorandil. He would pull them off.
The first ring is, you recognize it to be magical. It's like an amethyst with the two hemispheres of a brain upon it. There's a slight unnatural magical glimmer within it, as if the magic is active somehow. The ring itself made from gold. The other one, this amber. You know what this is. You know this color. You know where to find more of it. There's
He would
magic
just-
with it.
Once, he'd wait until Nadia finishes, or whoever finishes the last question, then he would question the party about it, almost accusingly.
When do you share most of your time with Kiahe? Would you like to ask him anything? Maybe about your relationship or
I
secret you
mean,
got?
beyond his love for fire, didn't know too much about. We never really spoke about our families. We just spoke about our goals here in Barovia.
What?
His was to cleanse the land.
Well, seems like he loved fire.
That's an understatement.
What's your?
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, to Kiahi for the last question. Would you give me? Meanwhile, I'm like sobbing. Like, would you give me absolution if I completely what's the word? Like, glass over this whole entire land with my until my last dying breath, and I'm trying to think of what I think that was just something along those lines.
So with that, you'd hear Kiahi go, "Careful what you offer before going out."
A candle.
Brenda gets up and just kind of looks away. Nadia as he just uses that last move. Lass, I'm going to need your help over here. And then he just starts making his way around to the mark of Lassie. Is she still in the cage unconscious?
Yes.
Okay, and he's going to try and pick the lock. He's going to try and see if he can do it. Like, he doesn't know if there's still spell attached to it or what.
Sure. Roll me a dexterity check with the modifier from your lock-picking tools, if you have them.
Yep, I do.
That is exactly what you needed. The lock creaks. There's some force needs to be applied to it, but eventually it snaps open, and the cage door creaks open. As you do so, the ravens within, just bunched up in that mesh of steel and iron, fly out and swarm. Some of them stay to peck at the hut, others land on a nearby log, others take skyward. Uriel's body, for a moment, slumps toward the open cage opening.
You would just go and catch her and just ease her out.
She is unconscious, weak, starved, feverish. There's sweat on her brow and blood from lacerations. From what you can tell, were probably proddings of torture, mocking of the hag.
You, does you there, dwarf, carry my companion? I shall ensure this body is traverses the swamp easier.
Hey, carry your friend.
Carry, and he points at the one broken in half. Carry Milos.
What does Milos look like at this now that out of battle?
You see a hooded figure, in hide armor with a rapier and a short bow with a bunch of like arrows at his back. He has very loose clothing on his arms and his legs, and you just see like several straps on the hood to keep it up and over his head. Vratislav is in chainmail with heavy like chain pants and greaves, and there is very little except for like the slit over his eyes where he could possibly see out of.
Yeah, he's just going to kind of. I've got other priorities, lad. Living ones.
No, I understand. Look, and give me some time. I can cast a spell to have that move through the swamp fairly easy. It would.
Shit.
If,
Sorry.
as he starts like ritual casting Tensor's floating disc.
Man.
Still need to get this one stable, so Nadia, I kind of need your help over here.
Casimir starts just casting as this is happening, as you like stabilize and whatever.
Nadia?
Yep. I'm gonna start kind of put like my hand on both of them and just give them a little tight squeeze with my hands, like on their arms, like their forearms and everything, and come up from the mud and just start working my way over And coming up to Brandar, seeing how in bad shape she is, I start rubbing my hands together and create like a little synapse between my two hands of like electrical energy, and press them to her on her chest, acting as a spare the dying if she needed that.
Oh, I think she's
Or she's fine though, or does she?
She's
or
alive.
poison,
She's
or cursed.
breathing.
She has one
on
hit point.
2.
Oh, okay. I thought she was.
Yeah,
To
well,
be stable.
well,
Cool. I'll use that fucking healing word then.
Well, I was actually.
she has HP. Don't worry, guys. Wait. Don't use more spells.
Well, Milo, she's gonna frustratedly. This. She is fine. She is sick and can I make a medicine check to see like, is she like actively dying? Is she just like passed out or poisoned?
Make a medicine check. She is
19.
on the edge of death. She has been here for some time, days, perhaps a week. It is a miracle that she lives still.
I cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level just to give her some semblance of her life back.
As you begin to cast a spell and channel that energy, that necromantic life energy into her, it is not unlike reanimating a corpse. It is a miracle that she survived this long. There's something to this humanoid before you, some unnatural resilience that has kept her from death.
It is a shame this one survived. This one is made of good stuff to create with.
She's
those words.
hurting, dude. I'll put my hand on her face and through her mouth. I'm gonna try to see if I cure her disease, and if she's sick, something black is gonna come out of her mouth into my hand.
Indeed, as you expected, you pull away your gauntlet and you see a blankish echo seep through the pores of her skin and then continue to slowly, like black sweat, like ink, seep out of her and then evaporate in the glow of your gauntlets. At the same time, color begins to return to her skin where Casimir, the Dusk Elf, touches her skin. There's a blemish of red returning upon pale. And then she shudders.
Geralt, it is not time to sleep. This is a dangerous place. Can you walk? We must leave.
Yes, I can walk. I can walk, she says in a whisper. Is she away? Did my father send you? Dead? You see it. She looks past Brander's stout form onto the shattered. Well, that is stupendous. She coughs more of that black sludge, wiping away. Some of you had new faces. Friends all, I suppose. The Ravens.
Casimir would actually take the black sludge as she coughs it up, like wipe it from her lip, and then inspect it between his fingers as she coughs it up.
It is vile. Smells vile.
Yeah.
It's a kind of more intense version of the muck water of the swamp. Has invaded her body. A curse of some sort. Now evaporating.
He would quickly just try to put it into a vial.
It is unfortunately magic essence. As more of it continues to purge away from her, it returns to the weave. It is, after all, a visual flavored embodiment of disease.
No, it makes sense. He would essentially just like interest. Like I picture Casimir like a mad scientist. Like nothing is worth going to waste. So he would just like, if he could, he would bottle it. If not, then it's fine.
Right. She looks around. You've bested her. Good. That's very good.
It was mostly the doing of this one, and he would gesture to Aya. She is quite formidable. Her body is of superior constitution. In all honesty, I did not think you would survive that. That was my first time casting that spell. I am very, very happy that you survived such an ordeal.
Makes you so happy. She looks at you quizzically. I suppose my father offers a reward of some sort for you lot.
There is a reward. There is a reward.
No, there's no.
You're just good of heart. That's rare. That's good. Speaking of
much.
hearts,
There's still good news. There's this, and then I'll show her the
Jade Stone.
stone. And if she wants to touch it, she can.
Can I just quickly snatch it out of his hands to quickly inspect it?
Absolutely
He just couldn't
not.
help. He just can't help himself. He sees like
No.
a magical stone. He's like,
You
what is
you
that?
can you can contest each other if you really want to.
Like,
Absolutely.
He's not gonna like do it aggressively, but if Nadia holds out the stone, like, what is that?
Right.
I will contest it.
That's fine. Like sleight of hand, dexterity. Like, what rolls?
It's
is that?
Yeah.
it's just dexterity versus dexterity.
I want
for
to
the sake
snatch
of
it
this.
out of her hand and just take a close look. He's not gonna put it away. He just wants to take a close look at it.
Oh fuck.
Like he's not like putting it away.
As
He's like when you bring it.
Mira
right,
reaches
he's
for it
just
to
like,
inspect
"What
it
is
closer.
that?"
It just vanishes, and she's too weak, a little slow to react. She blinks twice, and she looks. The elf has it in his hands. He's inspecting it.
Interesting. This was in the house.
It
He would
is
inspect it closely.
an
before
arcane
he-
heart in your hands. To such a powerful artifact to animate such a behemoth before you now, sitting still, sunken into the swamp, but such power.
I'll hold out my hand and be like, when you're done, it does belong to the Mardikovs.
He would just hesitate for a moment and then put it back in your hand. That is not a trifling artifact. I would like more time with it. Possible.
What for? She says with a bit of suspicion.
And he would just hold up his book, which just looks like like a crazy like conspiracy theorists like binder with just like various thicknesses and colors of various like manuscripts. There is writings that I do not fully understand, but this has strong magic in it. Should not go to waste. I do not know what purposes you have. I do not have a purpose for it yet, but I need things. I need to gird my ability to go to the Amber Temple.
The Amber
And
Temple.
I need more. Yes, I need more than I presently have. There is something of great importance that I must attend to there.
There are more important things at hand currently. We must hurry. I don't know how much time we have before more of Lysaga's minions return. The swamp lives still.
Brandard would just kind of walk past and he would just kind of like go into the house and just to have a look around.
Sure. As you enter the house,
He's basically overturning things and looking around the desk, and I guess the chest.
So one thing at a time here. Entering the hut, catching your attention again, is it's packed with old furniture. There is a wooden cot you can see has been slept in. There's a wicker basket, a slender wardrobe, a wooden table, a stool, and a barrel-top wooden chest at the far end of the wall. There's a draft coming through the room from where the walls have been punched in. And a hole in the floor where the heart rested. Do you approach anything specific?
He's just kind of like making around his room, just like towards where the chest is, just like looking for anything that could be of use.
Roll me Arcana as you approach the
Arcana?
chest. Yes.
17.
The wooden chest is protected by what is unmistakably a glyph of warding, a rune inscribed into the wood. The slight shimmer of it, kind of like water surface, but you, being an artificer, recognize it. Force, frozen at a point.
Would they have any about how to disable it? Like dispel magic?
Yeah, you would know that such spells can be dispelled with spell magic.
Sadly, don't have that.
Enough.
So that would be the only way.
That.
Nah, that wouldn't.
Or a thought impales your mind. Perhaps simply brace and open. The armor will protect you.
Yes, screw it. He would just go like punch.
Muriel turns toward Lyzaga's corpse. She says, "The swamp still lives. You destroyed the body, but not the heart. Her vile heart still beats. I can sense it. Through the mud. The roots of corruption, vile. It must be destroyed. I've spied on Lysaga for some time. I know a way to do just that. It will require us to gather her strength, travel her east," and she points toward the circle of stones that can just barely make out in the far, far distance, past the water, past the river of Luna, up on the rise, past the haze. There, it can be destroyed. Harvest the heart. Do what you... And at that point, you hear the creak of wood, and then like a grenade explosion as dust and wood blasts out. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw there, Brander, as you open the glyph warded chest.
Immediately, as soon as Casimir hears the explosion, Casimir takes his dagger out and cuts both Hiahi and Jeb and starts to put a little bit of their blood into a vial.
Oh.
Okay, actually, wait, just before that, right?
Okay,
I'm actually
it's
going to
happening,
use.
But okay, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm sure I can use this after, but it's a flashy genius.
Okay.
When you or another creature you can see within 5 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, I can add my intelligence modifier to it.
What's your intelligence modifier? Is it plus?
It's +3, so I'd make it a 15.
So you suffer half of that in force damage, so 11 force damage as you brace for the impact, and you actually manage to stay rooted to the floor as the force blasts through you. There's a bit of shrapnel that clinks against the steel of your suit, but then you lower your gauntlets, and the chest is open before you. And what you see from the hole in the wall before you is the newcomer cutting up the corpses of your friends.
Just enough to make them bleed.
Right.
Just a little bit of a cut. I'm not cutting them up.
I'm not even gonna make him roll perception. It's happening 15 feet
No,
away from him,
it's
so.
obvious. It's obvious. He's not.
Right.
He's not high. Like he heard a distraction. He's like, oh, okay, this is a good time.
Yeah, now he's saying this. You just kind of hear a click, and you've got a pepper box pointing, and you just say, "Leave them a fucking alone."
It is. We have a very small window. I need the blood of
You do
the
not
recently
treat the
deceased.
dead of your friends. I don't give a damn what you do to your own people, but ours, no.
Did I cut either one of them in that time?
You have what you were looking for. It is in your
Okay,
position.
so I do.
But you were
Okay.
caught in the act.
So I hold the vial up. That's like you feel. Can I keep what I've taken?
Put it back.
It is already taken. It would go to waste otherwise.
Take another sliver, and I'll blow your brains out.
It would be useless beyond this small vial, anyways. And you just he quickly just with a flourish puts it into his component pouch. I mean no disrespect, but their bodies still hold use as they are.
Again, I don't reach out often enough to see what you're messaging. Say things out loud.
Yeah.
The baby, being a programmed
was
illusion
not
that you, since you've put your hand through it, is still in the crib where you've transformed in the mud. It is cooing. It seems to be acting as a baby should. It has stopped crying and just watches you all curious. There's something very eerily familiar about said baby. It is still in the crib, crawling around, being a baby. Being an adorable baby with dried tears on his cheeks. But back to Brandar real quick. You glance down the chest that's now open for you. First thing that catches is a mound of gold and gemstones. Too many to count. The chest is full of them. You count 5 very large gemstones of varying color and luminosity. There is a vial containing some sort of quicksilver-colored liquid. Almost like liquid mercury. There's 2 spell scrolls within the chest as well. And I'm crying because I just read what one of them is. There's a pouch containing 10 what looks to be sling bullets. A set of pipes look to be twinned and made of bone. And a stone shaped like an Onyxian cat with jade eyes in each socket. There is also a spindle of some sort. It appears too polished, too new to be merely mundane. Like a spinning wheel.
Okay, then what he would do is he would just kind of like set it in his bag of holding for now, and they'll do all split up later.
Sure. So for the sake of this, and Rumi Arcana, as you pick up the... Let's start from the top. The vial containing the mercurial liquid. Just kind of giving a quick switch. It is a vial containing a very common oil called oil of sharpness, usually coating weapons to give them supernatural, sharpness. So go ahead and I'll add 1 vial containing oil of sharpness. If you take 20 minutes, you can count the coins, by the way, if you so wish.
20 minutes.
I don't know how much he'll rush there in, so he would just kind of
bag of holding, just like handfuls of gold coins into your bag of holding. 5 gemstones. They're large. They're lustrous. You don't know what they are yet. You haven't identified them, but just from the half of them, they will fetch you a lot of money on the market.
Are there any pearls? ?
I already got a pearl. I can already identify.
I want a pearl.
Diamond? Are there any diamonds?
If I roll 20 or below, one of them is a very, very large pearl. Unfortunately, none of them pearls. Too far from the sea. Roll me Arcana check. I'm gonna make it 1 check for both scrolls.
Yeah.
Do you identify scrolls? Can you just tell what they are when you pick them up? I don't remember the rule actually.
To cast, you roll Arcana, but I think.
But do you just open it and know what the spell is?
Dummies. I think it's like spells for to cast.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I don't know why I'm making you roll for it. So yeah,
I would assume it's similar to potions.
True.
Where you taste and you know, because it's a consumable.
Yeah, because it's like
to cast it, you need to roll a check. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you might.
But to
fuck it up.
identify.
But I think it might even on the rim or on the seal, it might even say X spell if the person who made the spell would do so.
I'm gonna give it to you because I don't want to be coy. So the first spell scroll is a spell scroll of Mass Cure Wounds.
And the second one, Revivify.
It's fucking Revivify.
You're a bastard.
I
Really?
did not remember. So, and I'm not gonna meta.
We have time.
What do you mean we have
Wait,
time?
no,
It's 1 minute.
no, it's Revivify's 1 minute, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Oh.
Pain. Because this encounter is supposed to be like you start it like walking into the house and nobody did, and I'm like, pain. But it's fine.
Oof.
It is oof. But going forward, you have a spell scroll for Revivify. So
It'll be for Kiahi 3.0.
Are you sure it's Revivify and no?
my name is Ehaki. I'm Kahi's brother. Walks in. I don't know what Martin is rolling up. I told him he can just join whenever he wishes, but
It's gonna take me more than the session to.
I feel sorry, man. That you got stunned and you get killed. That was your
Yeah, it's fine. It happens.
Yeah, it happens. The pouch contains 10 plus 1 sling bullets. Seems to have been taken from some adventurer or another. I don't think that Baba Yaga would have been crafting magical sling bullets on her own time, but maybe she did. Maybe she's a hobbyist. Either way, they're yours. 10 plus 1 sling bullets in a pouch. This one I'm gonna have you identify on your own time. For now, just put a set of pipes.
Okay, just put 2 bone pipes.
Yeah, bone pipes. Call them twins if you want. I don't know, something. They're like twins, same, like almost like bagpipes without the bag. And there's a stone. It's black onyxian shimmers, shaped like a cat with 2 jade stones in each socket. And lastly, if you wish to put that as well in your bag of holding, you may. There's a spindle. It is an ancient stone-carved weaving spindle wrought with intricate spirals inset at its top with carvings of these 3-petaled flowers with 2 seed clusters sprouting from the stem.
Maybe we would have took it.
Okay.
And
Noted.
there was also the 5 large gems.
Yes. Quite expensive.
Okay, then... Yeah, then Brandar's just got basically one more thing that he wants to do before we leave here.
Yeah, in the background, Casimir, if you want to roll me like a medicine check to see how
Happy
well
to do it.
you can scoop out eyeballs.
He's not. He can't do it to the boys apparently. So he's gonna go with the only other body here. He's been trying to do this for a while, so if he fails, it's fine.
One of your eyes is ruined. There's always another eye. You try and pry open the lids to find the eye. Another medicine check.
He will try. He will attempt to do so. He will actually ask for help. Can one of you hold her down steady? I need help getting this out.
She's pretty steady, unmoving, dead, but something stirs within her chest. Still pulsating, beating.
Is anyone going to help him? If no one does, he's gonna just scoop it up. If no one moves or they hesitate, he's just gonna go to town.
Yeah, I'll help you.
There is something moving, making this more difficult than it should be. Even if there's nothing, he's just asking for help. He would. Moderately better.
It's an eye. It will require some kind of sort of moisture to remain, in good condition.
Yeah.
It's
His goal presently is just to take the bog water, put the eye in it, and put it into one of his vials.
It is, even without a medicine check, it will not suffice to keep the eye fresh.
That's fine.
If anything, it will decay faster. But your vial concoction is in your inventory now. That being said, Brander, what did you say you wanted to do last thing?
Yeah, basically the dragon skull. He's just going to. I'm guessing this thing's massive. Obviously,
I'm not even going to make you rule. It is indeed a dragon skull, as I've mentioned before. It is massive. The token does not do it justice. It is 4 times your size and probably weighs much, much more. It sinks into the mud, resting there. There's something odd about the skull, aside from it being defiled, slightly hollow to encompass a medium-sized creature. It is missing its bottom half.
I want to there's no way that I can transfer this because I've not got reduced size or anything. Can I just do something a little crazy? Can I go with a broken piece of the skull and cast mending? Because technically it is an object. Does it fix?
It's not broken. There's not a single piece broken off it except the piece that is missing, which you cannot mend back to place. It is somewhere out there. You just know it.
Alright, I thought there would have been a chip or something.
No, even though it suffered damage during battle, you look at it and there are chips in there, but they're much, much more ancient than this battle that took place here today. Mending bone, you may be able to restore some of the restorations.
Yeah, so it's a bit I'll just say what my plan is.
Sure.
It sounds absolutely batshit fucking crazy. But no way I'm going to be able to carry this thing. But if I was to break it down into smaller pieces and put it in my bag, could I technically mend it back together later?
I imagine you can see the tensor disc of.
I know it sounds mad.
I mean, we have the tensor disc. You should be able to see it, right?
But haven't we got a thing that we have to do over in the east?
Yeah, we need to load the. Oh, excuse me. As Nadia, like, we still have a lot of work to do. We need to load our dead and still keep moving east. What Muriel said to do. We can finally end this.
Well, one of you has. Does anyone else have rope? I might be able to do something, but I'll need the rope to do so.
Sure, I have.
Here, if you need more, I have. Take some.
So you see him like wrapping up Brat's wrists. Like he just like puts his wrist. Brat, put your wrists together. He puts his wrists together. He starts wrapping them up. I wish he'll need to tie his ankles down if we rest for the night. And then he casts a spell, and Milos stands up.
No.
You hear the cracking of bone as Milos stands up. Milos, wrists together, and ties up Milos's. I do not like to do this, but this is what must be done. You have another body to help carry. I can carry the small one on Milos, the skinny one on Vrat, and we can go to the stones. And we can carry the injured one on the disc. As Tensor's probably finished casting after he did all that.
Tensor's disc, is it like a 10 or 5 foot circle?
It is a 3 foot.
So it's minuscule compared to the skull.
Yeah, it's like someone can like sit in it or like stand on it.
And how much can it carry weight wise?
500 pounds.
You look at the skull, look at the tensor disc, look at the skull. Without having a rule, it won't do. This thing is massive. If you were to guess the age of whatever dragon this was, if it was ever living, you would guess in the ancient range. A rare specimen. What does it do here?
Basically,
not gonna-
the discus
God.
thing will probably not be able to lift it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it can help, mind you. But this thing, I think I rolled for its weight and it was ridiculous. Hold on.
Well, we don't have a way to take it with us. Miles,
No,
just let
yeah,
it
this thing is
stay here with
massive.
the log. Let it sink back into the mud.
It
It's a shame
is.
the hell did something so useful sink into this corruption.
Maybe when we cleanse the fane, we could pick it back. I mean, it's a little bit safer.
If you give me a few days, I might be able to find enough people to help us carry this out of the swamp, but I do not like relying on that many for help.
Yeah, and moving them through the swamp could be dangerous for all of them.
No. No.
And when he say that, I look at Jeb and Brenda, thinking about the crocodile that almost ate them.
Randar, is there anything else, as you being close to proximity to this skull, is there anything else that you wish to do while you're near it? Or did you just want to break it into small pieces?
Nah, it's like he wouldn't do that unless he knew it. He just kind of like just places his like because he felt that connection. He'll just like place his hand that's got the sigil on it, like onto the skull.
Oh,
Just
I have.
to
some.
see if he can sense anything.
What are you trying to sense innately?
It just basically, like, it's not necessarily its name, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, he felt there was like a connection, and he just basically wants to try and see if he can make that connection a bit brighter.
You saw a spell repel off the bone, as if
Yeah.
there was some resistance to it. Still, whatever the creature was, obviously an ancient dragon, was in life very much so resistant to magic, and some of that still lingers, still, as you witnessed with your own eyes. As for innate connection, well, perhaps through some small part of your inland kingdom, like the little gut feeling within your spirit, you can tell that this has something to do with your order. This belongs with your order. It does not belong here in the swamp, that's for sure. It is defiled, needs to be restored. You'd think that should your order still be alive, they would have liked it to be restored, not made into a fancy riding bench.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at like the bloody replicate magic item list to see if there was anything on that list that actually be a use.
Sure.
I'll just let them do what they need to while I look at this.
Sure.
As he's Casimir would hold his hand up. Young lady, please give me your hand. Sit on this disc. I'm not sure if you're well enough to walk. We need. Save your strength. You may need to run.
I'm well enough to walk. I appreciate your offer.
Take.
I'm well enough to walk. More than that, I'm well enough to fly. I will lead you as far as the Fane. I've spent my time here, spying on Lysaga. I've learned my fair share, but I intend to lead you there and then depart. The rest's up to you. I must return to Stone, to my family. And, well, I could use some rest. I'm not fit to fight. She looks towards the tensor disc. I prefer the flutter of wing to carry me forward, if you don't mind. Nothing against you, but we've only just met.
No, that is fair. It is. If you wish to fly, I understand I'm a stranger, and then you just see Casimir sit on the desk himself.
Okay. It holds your weight.
May we use the disc?
Yeah.
We found some friends that may be interested on something here. I'm gonna approach to the goat that baby Lysaga was taking.
The corpse is as swamped through the murky waters, dragged along with Baba Lysaga. It is coated in mud, but you recognize through the dirt the horns of a ram.
Yeah,
There's more of them.
The horns and pull it out and drag it till the disc.
It is quite light, I would say about 40 pounds. Pretty small specimen that you drag onto the disc. It is limp, dead. Seems to have had its neck snapped the way the neck kind of rattles in your grasp. There's more of them, says Miro. The hag has trapped several mountain goats in a pen near the ruin of an old mansion over there. I didn't really investigate. We were jumped by Baba Lysaga during our early phase of the investigation. I didn't get to see what's there, but...
Is the manor also on the east, towards the Standing Stones?
What is? The manor is more toward the south.
Okay,
specifically,
so two different places.
Yeah, specifically if I were to put you guys like kind of back on this little map here, and you guys are standing near the hut here, the manor is about 600 feet south of you, over yonder. And you can kind of see the outline of the pan and the giant ruins of a manor here. There's the church, there's the graveyard, there are more ruins, and across the lake are the circle of stones on the hill.
Maybe we could rest there if it looks safe enough.
We found some rest near the monument to the west, where the blood flies don't bother us. I don't think that any other place is shielded from them, and while the heart beats, the blood flies will hunger, the swamp will continue to rot, Mire will continue to exist.
I understand.
Hag's curse is powerful.
We should
So-
hurry then.
If I try to pick the baby out of the crib, can I do it?
Hand passes through the baby. The baby, eerily, still seems somehow familiar. It's a very peculiar feeling in your gut. You look at the baby's hair pattern, almost like a widow's pick. And those eyes, you've stared into those near dark amber eyes that transition into like a dark brown at the center. The features are very much reminiscent of a very, very young Strahd. But your hands pass through the illusion every time you try to pick it up. For an illusion it is. Some
Okay.
delusion by the hag, it seems.
You look innocent at least.
He looks
At
like
some
a
point in
programmed
his life.
illusion. Yes.
Well, I'm gonna approach to the dead bodies, and I'm gonna carry Kiahi, and I'm gonna put him in the bed of the hag. And I have a bottle of oil, which I'm gonna bring out. I'm gonna start pouring it through the ground.
Is that wise? There is much more utility to be taken of that body if you're just going to set it on fire.
Yeah, but it's his last wish. I'm not going against it.
No, we
We-
can give it a proper send-off, but in this place, for our needs now, its body is more useful to us intact than ish.
I understand, but like I'm being bloody, I'm being hurt. I'm not sure if we'll be able to fulfill it later. And became Song of the Rocks. So I'm gonna start making a spark.
If
Then
it is what you wish, step back. I can set your oil ablaze. Step back.
okay, thank you.
Create bonfire. Set the oil on fire.
Sure. With that being said,
I'll also help by throwing fire bolts on the roof, trying to just quicken it.
all right. As you watch the hut's interior get swallowed by the blaze, along with the body of Gai, there is a certain curious effect to it. The flames, for a moment, flicker blue, green, a rainbow spectrum of colors. And the ambers rising skyward seem to flutter on butterfly wings. The whole hut is set in a glorious blaze within 10 minutes. Thankfully, the were-raven is going to try again and again and again, dexterity checking that cage open and let its friends go before they all burn up. But yes, eventually...
Yeah, like that's clearly like I as the fire, he would just look over, just whisper to Nadia and Aya. Did you take the things of value and use from the body before you set the blaze?
It is all lost in
Yeah.
the blaze.
Yeah,
I think-
he asked it after it's well on fire. Like, hey, by the way, after it's clear, like well after the fact.
Didn't you take it at the beginning? I'm asking. Like,
Oh no,
I told you
I
that-
took like the clearly visual stuff, which was Jeb's rings.
Well, they belong to him. Also,
Long may it rain. All right. Well then, glorious blaze it is. as that happens. I want to just go over what was lost real quick so I can note it.
Yeah, out of character, the boon was non-transferable, right?
What boon?
The Seeker boon.
Yeah, the boon from the tree.
Yeah, no, you
I
don't.
assume that was non-transferable.
You don't know.
Well,
It will be metagaming for me to tell you.
yeah, no, it's fine. Like he would have asked well after the chance for them to have gotten anything.
Yeah.
He's just
Well, I
like,
Give me a
would've
moment.
assumed.
What did you have, Martin?
nothing.
Not
I
a whole
assume
lot.
you
Yeah.
were
I
you were
had-
mostly
I
a
had-
magic caster.
I had some stuff that was actually worth decent. It was actually decent. I had a scroll of Glyph of Warding.
Dang.
And I had a couple spell component things that were actually worth the vast majority of my buttons.
Like
Dang.
at least a thing of 300.
Did you have anything on you that does not burn?
That doesn't
Like gems and stuff.
burn.
Gold.
Gold would melt, I assume, if this entire
Gold,
house-
gold
Yeah.
will tarnish to shit, but I
Yeah,
don't know
no.
if it will not melt in a fire. It will just become blackened.
No, everything I have is burnable.
Yeah,
I
that's
think-
what I figured.
Makes
Just-
sense.
The only thing that's remaining,
I have a scimitar.
right? The only thing that's remaining is a blackened scimitar with a ruined handle.
Handle was
A-
bone,
Yeah,
so less ruined, but
Well,
still
bone
not good.
ruins under heat. It pretty much
Yeah.
cracks and shit. It's barely usable. But the blade, the metal, it's sharp scrap. There is a bathtub that was made from metal that was charred, but you can still kind of see the iron colored specks where the blood tinged it. During the fire, you heard several bottles, glass ones, shatter, and whatever contents was in them, chemicals they were, just got lost in the fire. You counted. I guess it doesn't matter. I shouldn't tease you. About 3 bottles that shattered. And the chest is gone. The chest is burnt, but thankfully everything was taken out of it. No, that's it. That's everything worth mentioning. Everything else burns in a glorious blaze. The 2 raven flocks fly skyward and follow the butterfly specks of flame skyward, higher and higher, as it begins to crest. Not quite dusk, but you'd guess you have another 3 hours of sunlight, Barovian sunlight, as this all transpires. All the while, there is a repeating thrum upon the air, as if it vibrates rhythmically, and you can feel it in the soil beneath your feet, like a heartbeat, coming from the direction of the corpse. Baba Lysaga's corpse. I know there's many corpses. I'm being vague, sorry. Over the course of watching all this, I'm just gonna note that Muriel, being a were-raven and this being not no secret, you watch her condition improve drastically. Whatever disease that was preventing her from regenerating is now completely worn off, and over the course of this, I'm gonna say, what, short rest? You guys take like an hour to blaze and whatnot?
Yeah.
She's gonna recover her full health.
Damn.
During this interim, seeing this, towards the end,
Yes.
Casimir will just ask, "What is this constitution? Is all your people like this? May I have some of your blood?"
My blood. What for?
If you are willing to give it, I do not mean to.
I'm willing to give it if you tell me what for. Forgive me for my curiosity, but it is my blood you're asking for.
No, I understand. It is
Blah, blah, blah.
the life force of creatures tend to come from their blood, and I do not know of what use. I do not have any present use for it, but perhaps with further research and knowledge, I might be able to impart your constitution to other uses.
Sorry, guys. Can we
Yeah.
take a break of 5 minutes?
Yeah,
Sorry
sure.
about
I mean, I'll keep answering Casimir's point there.
Sure.
Casimir, roll me like a persuasion check. Just normal. She doesn't seem too keen to give you blood. But she looks around at the fire, at the lot of you, at your losses. Sighs. You did save my life. I suppose a bit of life won't hurt. But she extends a hand and nicks her hand with her own talons, you notice. Instead of nails, they're bird-like talons that shift in form. She rakes her hand. And
He almost like gruffly grabs her wrist to like get every trickle of blood into his vial, and then just like stops at one.
I question your methods, but I suppose. And as she withdraws and clenches her fist, you can see the wound is slowly closing. It's the least I can do.
I shall ensure that your sacrifice will not be in vain.
Okay.
Thank you.
As long as I don't wake up one day to duplicates of myself walking around or whatever.
No,
magic
no,
you're-
no. I mean no offense, but if my aims are what they are, I care not of multiples of.
There's no chance of telling me your aims, eh?
No, it is. I keep no secret. I wish to return my people from the brink of oblivion.
And you need my blood for that?
I do not know if I need your blood for it, but if I do, I now have.
You're a strange fellow. And she's just gonna walk away. Fair enough. So as we're taking our break, I can answer questions about the scene in general. We've also been playing for 3 hours, and I know Mac is dying to get some sleep. How are you doing, Mac?
Barely alive, but
Yeah, that's kind of ended up getting off you, and frankly, I feel it because I'm operating like 2 hours of sleep. We can call it here if you guys want to, and we can continue from here, or we can just keep marching till Mac drops.
I'm cool with ending it here. It's a good resting spot. We're at a short rest. So if we
Also,
wanna do
I feel
anything
bad
in
for
our
like
peak up-
Martin just sitting there not being able to play.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Roll better
From the
HP.
five-
Oh! Everybody level 8.
From the fire,
Yay.
a like,
Yay!
from the burning tree, Martin's character comes up. What is what's at the top of your list, anyways? Like, I'm sure you have a short
Black
list of backup
Warforged walks out of the flames.
I mean, one of my options is a Warforged.
Right.
The issue is I'm trying to balance several things right now, and I don't know yet. Because
Oh, nice.
suddenly the situation has changed, and several of my original planned backup characters have been consumed.
How much health
It
does
can never hurt to have two wizards.
By the way, the hut had like maybe 40 HP left. Just for those of you wondering. It was a big chunky boy.
Like,
Yeah.
it's pretty obvious what Casimir is, right?
Wizard Necromance.
Yeah.
Necro Wizard.
With two boys he cares about. He'll summon more undead as needed, but the two boys
we
must
can
always
use
be boys.
RP chat to really get into everybody's characters, and who knows, maybe Martin can either introduce his character during RP or during the start of next session. This is a big bonfire you guys have going on. I might just roll for like an ambush. You guys are being seen for miles.
Roll for smoke inhalation.
Ugh, right, I hope not.
So level 8.
Level 8, right, yeah. Okay.
Level 8 is a biggin.
Sure is. It's an ASI,
Yeah.
it is a lot. I'm sorry that Martin's... I don't care about Jeb dying, frankly. I was like, listen, you impersonate Strahd in the Strahd campaign, you're gonna die. Like, it's just, you have 37 HP, are you kidding me? Like, I was like,
Yeah.
I literally calculated it, and I was like, there's no way, even if I miss some attacks, like, there's no way he's surviving. So I was just like, just roll up your character.
Casimir being a wizard with not the best con is still at 44. Jeb was at 37.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it was. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I made you reroll your ones too, so.
You did. And Jeb rolled a couple once as well.
True. Hey.
Hey, whatever. Like, Jeb is a story
So-
of, like,
So
someone
out of
unprepared
character,
for it.
but like, I mean, you would as a player know. So I'll tell you, and by part tell the rest of you. Jeb's soul is safely stored within the ring that he was in, because it was a.
Was it?
No, it was a spell storing
no,
ring.
no.
Never mind.
Yeah, I was about
like,
to say.
yeah.
I was about to say, like, I know Nadia has one of
That's
those.
what I
like, the
asked. If
spell
he-
storing ring.
That's what I asked, and you guys
uh,
said yes, and I thought that he was carrying the
So-
mind shielding ring for some reason. Okay, never mind then.
If you wanted to, for whatever flavor reason, his signet ring, which has the piece of amber in it, you can flavor it to mean that way.
I'll think about it.
But also, I just assumed his soul was sucked up into the Amber Temple because weird reasons.
Well,
Like he said, "I'll pay any price," and maybe that just meant like
I say
his soul's
concentrate
gotta
on
go back
Casimir
to-
for now, and I'll figure it out. It's a kind of it's a Novark situation where I don't want to focus on characters that are not being actively
Like,
played
I'll-
by you.
the way I figure it, it might even just be like his soul is kept from dying, and if whatever, like Casimir has his own reasons to go to the Amber Temple,
Right.
independent of Jeb.
True. Exactly. Which is why I'm saying like focus on Casimir, and we'll see.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
If and when. For all I care for now, Jeb's lost. Jeb is where all souls of Barovia go, which I hope none of you ever find out where that is. But
I mean, I'll tell you out of character right now. As soon as we get a long rest, Jeb's getting zombified.
my question is, why did Nadia not pray?
I meant that was for the blessing to pray.
No, I
I
meant
said I was doing
like
because I was casting bless, and I was just like, oh, okay, like I'm gonna pray for
No, I
the
thought you, like,
blessing.
you
I think you're
misunderstood.
doing like a divine intervention. Type
Yeah.
of
I asked you said,
Well, that
"Oh, I
wasn't
wish I had
made
divine
clear.
information." I was like, "Do you pray?" And you were like, "Yes." And I was like, and then you didn't do it. I was like, "Okay."
Oh, because I was casting bless, and I was just like,
Bless. It
oh,
was-
okay.
it's
I thought
fine.
it was just more of a flavor thing, like, oh, what are you doing for bless? And
It
then I
is
blessed
not.
the
It
three
is a
people.
module thing. That's all I'm gonna say about that. There was a line delivered by Strahd very early in this campaign that is one of my favorites. It's something along the lines of, "Tell me, if your gods have no power in my lands, who do you pray to?" And it's like one of my favorite lines in Curse of Strahd.
And you're a suck girl, so he would listen to you more than anyone else.
Yeah, I didn't know that was what you were going for.
It's fine.
I
It's
thought
not.
it was for bless.
I ruled 33 would have not happened anyway. I'm gonna ease your mind
Oh,
because divine intervention is like if you rule your
Less-
level,
less than your level.
less than your level.
So which is
Level.
it's a big you have like what 7%?
I literally told myself like,
6% chance?
if the dice will do it, I will allow it. And I was like, no, 33 doesn't happen. Not this time.
So-
Not
So
one.
Martin, what's on your short list? What's at the top of your short list?
Oh, I have no clue right now. I'm looking at ranger options. I'm trying to make a monk work, but monks do not work with point buy in any way, shape, or form. The
Why-
other thing I'm looking at
why
is
point by? Just roll it.
I rolled and I got shafted. Do not roll.
that's
Yeah,
that's what
that's
I'm
big
looking
if.
at. Is I despise rolling.
Okay.
You want to know my array here? I saved it because it was fucking awful. This is the array. I mean, no negative stats. I'll say that, but this is the array that I got.
That is garbage. What I've done and why I will never use rolling is I've sat there and rolled like 30 different arrays, and the number of them that are such so this person would never go out on an adventure. This person barely qualifies to run a tavern.
Okay.
Like,
Is ridiculous.
Casimir isn't bad. He's not bad at anything, but he doesn't have like. I wanted like a 15 in one thing, and I'd have been happy.
Yeah.
This was a
really,
challenge. Like the spell list was like, what can I do without saves?
I really thought Casimir was gonna be like, "My people are gone, but I survived," like something like that. And you come in here with a fucking Blinsky. Come on. Oh no, your friend's dead. I make speak,
well,
yes?
Right now, he's trying to get on the good side, right? Like he gets, he's gonna get Maudlin in times where it's right. But right now, he succeeded in killing Baba Yaga or Baba Lysaga. He finds some new people. Yeah.
Right.
He knows better than to be overly dark, given his propensities for chopping
Sure.
bodies up.
Sure.
Yeah. The other thing that I'm having to look at is party composition and that we are in desperate need of additional meleeers. And so I'm trying to find I'm trying to run through my selection of melee peoples, and I'm looking at different fighter, barbarian mixes.
Goodbye, Kahi. It's
Thank
almost like I drew you like a week ago or something. Goodbye.
What Zealot, the one who can never die. At level 3,
Myth.
does anyone have Revivify? Like the actual spell Revivify?
Kiahi did.
You have scrolls now.
Kiahi, yeah, but you can't do it without it being. You can't cast it without it being on your spell list.
I don't like that. I get
Zealots,
it. I don't like it.
Zealot's most important. Well, it's a spell. It's like Mage Armor, right? It's a spell type.
Every video game you ever play is like you find a spell scroll. It doesn't matter what character you play. It's like it's a free spell. It's why it's there. The fact that like you can't have Grog the Barbarian be like, I cast Fireball by doing this.
You totally can. He just has to make a check.
He doesn't have no spell list apparently, so he can't.
No. That lets you do it just lets you do it. Otherwise, you make a check. That's how I always understood.
If it's not on your spell list, you cannot cast it.
list,
If it's on your spell list, but it's higher spell slot than you can cast, you make a check.
I got it backwards then. I thought it was if it was on your spell list, you get to make it. If it wasn't on your list, it was like I'm thinking 3.5 rules where like use magic item was a skill.
Was a skill, yeah. But yeah, Zealot's best ability is the third level that spells such as Raise Dead or other things don't have material component costs on you.
And the free D6 damage once a turn.
That's fine. There's better. The other one that's really good, what's and the issue is that it's level 14 is your Rage Beyond Death.
You're too angry to die.
Yeah,
take death
basically.
save,
Yeah,
you just...
everybody's jerking off the fucking feature though, but here's the thing
But it
though.
doesn't work.
And Rage. Literally, listen, level 7, I power word stun Gahi, he's dead. And Rage.
Exactly.
Like, and it's done.
It's not hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool, but yeah, the real one is the
Also,
third level.
nothing personal,
get
Martin.
to.
I literally just had on my plans. It's like the closest flying target that chases or is in a vision of Baba Yaga, she's gonna go for style points and stun them, and then command her hot to stomp them. And I'm like, it's what she would do.
Yep, understand.
So it's funny that that didn't work. My plan actually was to make friends with Polymorph. That was plan B. Plan A was summon Greater Demon, which would have fucked up the party.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
It would have.
It still would have actually summoned. It would have summoned a Barlgura, I think.
I would have roleplayed a Balgura from the Amber Temple, and it would have fucked you guys up.
But I like Casimir's out here to make friends first, because he needs you to go to the Amber Temple for him.
Right. Well.
And
escort.
you know, like Nadia has all of her teeth. Aya was able to survive that spell.
I'm gonna say this just so we don't forget. During RP chat, I recommend, or sometime before next session, do make some notes. I think the party needs a review of who Casimir is, because that was like when I was.
I'm
wasn't the
happy to
Amber.
tell you. I'm happy to talk about I have. Tom gave me a lot of backstory, and during this 1 hour, like Casimir isn't coy. He's gonna talk to you and tell you who he is and what his goals are.
You want to be coy, and I was like, why?
No. Specifically, that was for the world, not for the party. That's
This
why
was-
I did the thing here.
But even
Was
then.
this before? You said it was with the other DM?
Yeah, meeting Casimir for the first time was when I was a player, Savra.
Oh, so then I have no idea.
Everybody was like, oh yeah, you met him before. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I was
Nadia
like, I
did
don't
not.
remember that.
I'm pretty sure Aya remembers, and
Yeah, I remember.
Samson would have remembered. That's about it. Like,
A good jumping off point, like during the short rest, he'll usually whisper to himself if he has more than 5-10 minutes.
the good
to
news
himself.
is, for those guys who don't know who we're talking about, who Casimir is, the good news is the other DM did not really specify who he was either. Like, I knew who he was because I know the module, but I don't know how much the party remembers from Casimir because that interaction was weird.
But I remember hearing the name somewhere else, and I think I have an idea.
It's the same elf you saw in Division when you walked the forest searching for the wolf hunters, and you saw him fight
He'll
Rahadin. Yes.
he'll
Remember-
also mention he'll probably mention
Rahadin.
multiple times, but probably during the short rest even, like, Patrina, it's not time to tell them. So he'll hear the name Patrina.
Sure, yes. There's that, and put on your sheet, if you don't mind, as your bond. Rahadin dies. Like, just Rahadin fucking dies or some shit. Because that's like...
for bond?
For like, yeah, it's what bonds. It's or...
Happy to do it. Happy
Yeah.
to do it.
You know what I mean? That way you don't forget, like, meet him, it's like, oh, hey, it's that fellow elf. You fucking cut off your ears. Like, it's part of established lore. I'm not gonna tell you how to roleplay her.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, because, like, I had the other bond that you told me about.
What is it?
That makes perfect sense.
You can have both.
I
adding
seek
that.
to return. Well, yeah, I seek to return Patrina to life, and then the other one, I work the land. I love the land, and I will protect the land.
That was yours.
Wait,
You-
what was Strahd's dates at the dinner that we were at?
So,
The other Tuscan.
so it was Patrina Velikov to the elf he was ignoring.
Yeah,
The concert. It was Rahadin to his left.
right.
And then
It was Arena.
his brother, Tatiana.
Tatiana, that's what it was.
Well, Irina Tatiana. It's fine to confuse the two. Tatiana, the head priestess, Elona, and I think those were the 6, yes, and you guys.
Yeah.
Nadia, during the short rest, would you give him a vial of your blood?
Why?
No.
Well, so okay, I'm picturing like.
I'm
so
picturing that
spell-
scene from Critical Role, the animated series, and I'm like, are you gonna raise wraiths with were-raven
Well,
blood?
no, so unlike most wizards, Casimir has his spell book from the dead adventurers of those who came to Barovia, because he didn't have. So like he's like what he doesn't know what he needs for you know the thing I'm looking for, like the platinum vial. With,
I just
like,
realized that I did an oopsie. It's fine. It's canon. We were already there. You're like, man, you're like 600 years old.
Yeah.
Fuck.
600. Most of which though he was like.
Do
he
me a
was
favor.
prisoner.
Don't roleplay your character however you want, but don't overuse the like, hey, I'm 600 years old. Was I there? Because I'm gonna be like, yes, you were. Fuck.
Well, the way I look at it, like he had like a normal life for like 100 years, and then he was a prisoner for like
you
the majority of it before he realized,
didn't.
fuck it, I'm gonna do something.
You didn't. That's the biggest thing. If we're taking like lore of actual Casimir as he is, the Dusk Elf, you as a Dusk Elf, you were conquered by Strahd's forces like very young and decimated and lived in like misery, in extinction and misery for like Strahd's entire reign.
Yeah.
So it's like fucking hell.
So he wants to regain the life that he never got.
So
to
you
live
would
for
literally
his
have
people.
insight into like Marina's monument, for example.
Maybe it depends, like what he knows. Like he'd be younger. I just picked like an older age because he was as old as Patrina would be, for it to be an age-appropriate date for Strahd.
Who was Patrina? She was your sister, right? Okay.
Yeah, like I whatever an age-appropriate sibling would be. He could have been like 8 years old when Patrina was dating Strahd, and because he's an elf, he could have been 8 and she was like 150 or
They
whatever.
were doing more dating, yeah.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter. Like his point is he wants to regain a semblance of the life rather than be a prisoner of the Vistani.
Yeah. No.
So if you want him to be
It's
younger,
not,
let me know.
again, it's not a prisoner. Remember how I explained it? It's kind of like being under the
but
key
you know
of a
what?
mob, like under protection. It's kind of like that. You're not a
But
prisoner.
Guys, I'm gonna head off.
Alright, have a good night, man.
He's living in a hovel. Like he's
Yeah.
have
I'll
a
do
good
my
night.
way
Uh,
or when
have a
I'm
good
more
night.
awake.
Mm-hmm. For sure,
Take
Mac.
care, buddy.
Fun
Take
stuff.
care.
Yeah, I gotta head off too. I have a really long day ahead of me and I have to wake up earlier.
It's alright. That's why I finished early, because honestly, I'm running in 2 hours too. You guys have a good day.
Oh man.
It's
So
fine.
one time I got a little bit of sleep. Everyone is tired.
Listen, being a tired DM is fine. I kill a couple players. It's fine.
You killed 2.
Yeah.
I did my day.
No, I take blame. I think I
could
killed a
have
player
killed 3,
tonight.
but you turned to a giant ape. Whatever.
To be honest, like I'm taking note, Nadia. Okay, first you attack
Brander,
Jeff.
Brander wanted
and then
to
you let
run.
him die.
He didn't realize that I have like 50 movement speed. You're not running anywhere through the
Yeah,
terrain.
Nadia, you're working for Strahd, aren't you? You're not from you're not from anywhere else. You're one of his vampire spawn. Killed Jeb. You're
Make
you
him
let-
suffer.
You're
Oh,
one of
yeah.
Strahd's brides, I'm calling it.
motives.
Take care, Nick. And yeah, I
I'll
was
see you
like,
guys.
there is no way we can outrun this. Like this is difficult terrain everywhere.
It was
The
one
Eagles-
1 mile difficult terrain because of her arcane mirage, 10-day, like one time cast 10-day, and I was like, they're fucked. If they run, they're
Yeah.
fucked.
I wasn't planning
we-
to run, but I was like, oh, flying owls, we're safe.
So yeah, I was like, oh, I'm gonna ruin it for all you guys. Power word stun. I only get one of these. Gonna make it
Yeah,
worth
no,
it.
and
I did the owls because that was the get out, and we with flying to avoid the difficult terrain.
I did
Thank
stupid.
you for Wildfire Spirit though. I expected to die immediately.
Yeah,
You made him live for one more round than he
Wow.
expected to live.
amazing.
Yep, it was. I probably would have been more optimal for me to cast Polymorph on Jeb there instead of
No.
Wildfire Spirit out.
I mean,
Maybe.
it would have been the same thing. The owls would have. So
Because then I wouldn't have the owls then. But
Tom,
the
I
owls
wanted to
did not
ask,
end up being useful.
which beasts are on the table? I understand, like
Polymorph.
I'm sure you have Tome of Beasts, right?
Uh,
Are any of those on the table, or just the
Home of
regular cage?
Beasts.
Don't you have Tome of Beasts? The
I do. I don't think I have them
Kobold
in
Press?
this. Yeah, I do, but I don't think I'm using it for this campaign. I don't.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I have it too.
It's like
I just didn't know, like,
I don't.
if-
I don't know if they're balanced. I don't know how balanced they are.
well, no, that's what I'm asking. There's very few. So if you look at, so it's you can cast polymorph on any.
Can I just
CR
read polymorph
beast
real
equal
quick
to your level?
before you ask me questions? Because I need to review this actually. This spell transfers a creature you can see within range into a new form, an unwilling creature, whatever. The spell has no effect on shape changer. Noted. You can't transform to Strahd. Okay. The transformation lasts for the duration or until the target drops to 0 HP. Yep. Challenge rating is equal to or less than
To
the
your
target's.
level, so it'd be 8 or lower.
Oh,
So,
that makes sense. I was like, how did you get fucking giant ape?
so like yeah, so that's the two questions I have. So if you want to tell me you haven't seen a giant ape, I'll never cast it again.
No, you can. It's
The
your
other
spell.
one is,
It's the same thing with
Well, no,
Nistles. If it's your spell.
well, the other, like, would I have seen a giant ape? Like, it's like I have to know of this animal, right? So
Like,
I can't.
Where does it say
Like
that?
the other optimal
Hold
one
on.
is T-Rex.
Where does it say it? Because you're talking about
It-
wild shape.
Well, it doesn't. It's more like it's like the DM, like it's like the sub rule that if
You're
a DM
mixing
says, like,
up literally wild shape says that. Polymorph
No,
can be
I
any
am,
creature.
but like I am, but like some DMs say you can't polymorph to a creature you don't know about.
But I'm
So like obviously,
then I'm
like, if I
nerfing the
had-
base game. Then I'm taking the base.
Yeah, but
I'm not doing that.
What I'm
If
saying is you're
you
cool with it.
choose to role play your character like I never saw a giant ape, that was a monstrosity I saw on the route to Mount Galkis. I'll allow it. You know?
Well, so the reason why I asked this, if you actually look up, like, if you go into like the compendium and look at beasts, there's very few beasts. Everything's like something else. Like most things you think are beasts are monstrosities. There's like one other CR6 creature that I'm
Mammoth.
happy to nerf to shit. But there's a giant sloth.
Mammoth.
But the mammoth only have one attack.
One second.
Well, no,
But it's a
no,
mammoth.
It has 2 attacks. It can gore and then stomp.
1 second.
Yeah, but I think you have to make him prone for that, or
Well, no, that's what the
charge?
gore is for. Like, so what I'm asking is, like, what is and isn't okay for polymorph? Because
beast CR 8 or below is okay.
Yes. Yes. But like there's very like is there any
There's
limitation to
a
that?
lot of beasts that I'm looking at right now. Are you talking about beasts of that CR specifically?
Yes. Beasts of 8 or lower. There's there's a lot of beasts.
To
but
answer your
of,
question, did you see a Tyrannosaurus Rex in Barovia? Fucking no. It's not.
I assumed so.
It's not Schalt.
I assume so.
It doesn't matter where you go, you won't see one.
No, I like is Mammoth okay? Is like so like
Mammoth
that
is okay. If you are flavoring if you're limiting yourself to only animals you saw, then you're telling me I saw mammoth, and I'm asking you where did you see it? Are you capable of answering that within Barovia?
Well, so like a giant ape, I assume like. So that's one thing I wanted to check with you. I should have checked with you beforehand. Like
a giant ape, I can reflavor. It's just a creature. I know giant ape-esque creatures in Barovia, which is why I saw
something like that. Yeah, I saw something like that in Barovia. But like, is there any like before this gets out of hand, which is why I wanted to check with you beforehand? What would I have seen? Because I assumed of like the higher CRs.
Anything you can justify. Just answer your question. If you're telling me I saw mammoth and I ask you where did you see it, and you're capable of in lore answering me where you saw it, I'll be like, okay, that makes sense, because you had time spent around Barovia, kind of like how Brandor had time spent around Barovia.
Okay.
I'm not gonna tell you the answers because then I'm playing your character for you.
That's fine. If the answer is open ended, I'll think about what I saw of like.
If you could come up with a cool story of like, I traveled this place and I saw fucking mammoth, I'll be like, poggers, you know? You saw mammoth, you know, you're a wizard. It's part of your spell. You, at level 8, should have access to such a powerful thing.
The overall question is mostly like, what is off limits? Obviously, T-Rex is off limits.
Like, the ridiculous, yeah. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, what is...
Just ask me, really. I'm looking at this, like, okay, swarm of cranium rats... I don't think you can transform things to swarms, correct?
Yeah, no. I can create, like, one big thing.
Right. A cranium rat in Barovia? Where? Justify it. If you can come up with a cool explanation of where you saw a cranium rat, I'm putting cranium rats in Barovia. Yeah. I'm working with you to make the game cool.
But, like, so the reason why I asked this specifically...
Can you transform... Can you polymorph to, like, swimming creatures and flying creatures?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like,
yes.
Giant shark?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll allow it. That will help you in a certain zone.
So the reason why I asked this as well... And again, this is... Mm-hmm. So there's some... Again, like, you don't have to answer this now. There's other CR... 8 creatures and below, and again, I'm not asking for like the weird, like, giant sloth, specifically.
Is that from Kobold Express?
Yeah, it's Kobold Press.
Can you send me the stat block?
Yeah, and this isn't like I'm necessarily gonna be into it. It's more just like, is this okay because it is a non-standard and they get like.
It's okay, I know if you can justify it. It's okay. It's your game as much as it is mine. If you can justify where you're seeing giant sloth. If you want to use that rule, I'm all for it. It's not the end of the world. Giant ape made that 5 fucking survivable, and I'm just glad I didn't kill anybody else. Because frankly, I don't like killing characters. I just roleplay the NPCs, man. I don't.
Sure.
I hold nothing back, but I feel bad every time.
I mean, I saw the camera.
I was like, rooting for
Power
chaos.
Stone, and he was like, "Yeah, diabolical smile."
I'll tell you right now as well. If
it was like, haha, power stun, and then I realized what I've done. I'm like, oh, fuck, he's fucked. I was like, oh, so.
I'll tell you right now, if there's any creature that you want to nerf on the fly, like this one, I think is okay. However, it has the foul odor thing, which I'd be happy to get rid of because it's foul odor is like it's too powerful for a player to have, but it's good for a monster to have.
I don't know what you're talking about. You have to show me stat block.
I linked you in Roll20. I'll put it in.
Oh, Roll20. 1 second. I don't have chat up.
Here, here. It's in like this.
Oh, I can just open it in Roll20. Cool. Giant sloth. This thing is wicked. Okay. Yeah, you would find this in Brovia, by the way. Just by the looks of it.
But like foul odor seems too powerful for a player to have, but I'm fine with everything else.
I'm just gonna read the stat block real quick.
It's super slow. Foul odor is a bit much, but I think everything else is okay.
Do you gain resistances with polymorph? And
If any beast has resistances, yes,
Okay.
but I don't think many beasts do.
well, this one does. Fall odor, 15 or have disadvantage on its next attack or ability check.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm happy to get rid of foul odor.
No, it's
like,
not. It's not OP. It's a one-time thing, and high constitution creatures are immune to it. Listen, I can attack you from range. It's not overpowered. It's fine. It is what it is.
Well, no. But like, I get you can get around like a lot of abilities, but I'm saying like this is a non-standard. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a bunch of non-standard.
Listen, I'll allow it. And if you feel like, wow, this is overpowered and not fun, don't then you can be like, you know what? I spawn a very clean smelling sloth. And I'll be like, okay, it's a very clean smelling sloth.
My goal is once I start to get some shit to start summoning the weird shit. Because I wanted.
I would love it
actually,
if you reflavor stuff that don't make sense to Barovia to make sense in Barovia.
I'm going to
Make it
like
creepy.
I wanted.
Yeah.
So like a Barlgura, which is the highest level greater lesser demon that he can summon.
Yep.
Is essentially a gorilla. They'd be like, you know what? Aya didn't fucking throw enough boulders. I'm gonna summon a Barlgura.
All demons are valid. There's no invalid demons for that spell because you will see.
I mean, of the spell level, I think Barlgura is the strongest I can summon.
What's your
And
spell
you
level?
need blood for that one, right?
What's your spell level for that?
You need blood for that one. The humanoid.
Well, yeah,
blood,
that's why I cut open Jeb and Kiahi. It's good for a day.
Yeah. Only for one day. Okay.
Yeah, that's what. So like, we have to be killing people. He's not gonna kill people for the blood, but like every person that we kill, he's gonna be like a little bit of that. And then as soon as a day
What's
passes,
the
he'll pour it
CR for your
5.
Oh, you can summon a Bao. Cool.
I can summon
You should not summon a Bao because it will fucking wreck your shit, but you can. You can summon a Bao.
Isn't that the thing with the pitchfork?
You're talking
Not the
about
pitchfork,
Horn Devil.
Horn Devil, yeah.
A Bao is a CR4 creature that's not CR4. It's CR like 7.
Yeah.
It's
Barlgura is the most reasonable one that we can take care of if we need to.
if you can. I mean, it's your risk.
I mean, I told you what I wanted. I need a 400 gold worth platinum inlaid vial where I can throw Baba Lyaga's eye and a pickled tentacle into.
Okay, hold on. The creature is limited to actions it can perform by nature of its new form, and it cannot speak, cast spells, or any other actions that require hands or speech. Nothing about its features inherited. So I'll have to look
So
this
like,
up.
I can't really bring up like a spell casting devil.
Well, no, a spell is an action. You can, it's limited to the action it can perform by nature of its new form. So spells are valid, but I don't know about immunities. It doesn't say anything about them. I'll allow them just because it seems like that's what the spell is implying.
If it like said his DC is relatively low though, that's the thing. He has. I mean, I'm just gonna ASI it to 15 next level, just because I need more spells to prepare. So let me just do that now.
Well, yeah.
I'm still not the best. I'm at DC 15, which isn't the best for level 8. It's not bad.
I
but I'm just
honestly
saying, it's
thought.
not the...
I wonder what would happen if I just fucking downed you as soon as you entered the battlefield. I think people would have died if you didn't do monkey.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like if that went down.
You had like 7
that
HP
would've-
left, and I was like,
I mean,
Do you know what I
it was
did?
a TPK.
I was
Like,
people TPK. You asked me about traps in this module, like people when you instantly die.
Yeah.
Going to Barrett's Mire and spear pointing toward Baba Yaga at level 3 is an instant PK. And
Wait,
the
that's
DM,
possible?
of course, you can go
Wouldn't
anywhere
the
you
fucking-
want in Barovia.
No,
You can.
But wouldn't the bloatflies kill you before you even got to Baba Yaga at level fucking
Not
3?
if you're
Not
keep-
if you
not
rush
keep
it.
moving.
Yeah, if you be like,
If you rest, yes, but if you keep moving, we weren't taking damage as we moved.
But
There's only
hypothetically, wouldn't like a random encounter of like a giant
Arc
gator
program.
wipe a level 3
well,
boss
here's
before you get to Baba Yaga?
here's the thing. So random encounter in the swamps, that's my homebrew. If you follow the module vanilla without homebrewing, there's only like 5 locations. The zone is huge. It feels empty. I didn't like it, so I did travel. Things happen on the road. You meet kobolds, you meet gators. Things happen. Because I don't want my swamp
Empty.
fucking a 4-mile long swamp to feel empty. So there's that. But if you follow the module vanilla and you just you can hear about Baba Lysaga from like the village of Barovia or Valaki if you ask around, right? I mean, you guys heard about her, I think, early on, but we had our plate full. You can hear about her and be like, oh, cool, let's go visit her and talk, and maybe she can make us potions. And you're like, yeah, we're here to kick Strahd's ass. And she's like, okay, cool, well, you're dead. And she just animates her hot, and you're a level 3 party wipes.
We're here to kill your son.
That was your guys' biggest, I'm gonna say it outright, that was sloppy. You guys
I
play
mean,
how
that's
we
why
want.
Jeb did what he did. It was like, oh, she's gonna kill them right now. Let me
The-
buy them 10 seconds to stab her in the throat to give them time to like
the-
do something.
Get spotted. Hi, we're here to give the Martikovs back their stone. Also, we're here to kill Strahd. I was like, that's bingo. They're dead. It's like I'm just playing bingo over here. Like, there's a way to like do some diplomacy with her to a very limited capacity, but I was like, that's it. She's just gonna fight now.
I'm waiting for the next middle boss, like the next like middle lieutenant character to cast polymorph on their bullshit, for me to cast polymorph on our bullshit, and just have a kaiju battle as we're fighting like 12 like moves.
I mean, what we have to do is like Tom summons a giant crocodile, you summon a giant ape, and it's Godzilla versus King Kong.
Can I say, first of all, thank me, for I am a merciful god. I made a mistake of having her go into melee. She could have just stayed there in fucking 3/4 cover.
I was like,
spells.
oh, he's taking it easy.
I went dumb, being like, she's going for style, she's going to chase down those who run. And then I was like, but giant ape, and I fleed. Second of all, can I just say that she has fucking reduce and large as a spell, and she can reduce and large her hut?
I have reduce and large as well. By the way, Kiahi, if you want to like go full fighter, I have reduce and large and haste. So
Doesn't
if you
matter,
prove
you
yourself,
can't get them both.
True.
They're both
I know that,
concentration.
but I'm saying if you prove yourself like a useful fighter, I can make it work. Like samurai,
You
barbarian.
could if you use the ring of spell storing. Oops, I say too much.
No.
This
It
is
has to be the
true.
person.
Yeah, if you cast your spell on the ring of spell storing, give it to another person, and then you cast the other spell, and the other person casts that spell, you can have both effects at the
The
same time.
issue is in large. I'm trying to remember. In large reduce is not actually that useful on a fighter. It's just an
1d4.
extra D4 damage.
It's
1d4 plus carry.
I mean,
Yeah.
1d4 advantage on strength checks. I believe.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
If you're a barbarian, it's useless. If you're a fighter, it's
You're
borderline
limiting
more
it to
useful for
numbers and
grapples.
damage. I'm like thinking like Savra. If Savra was large, I'll be tossing people. I'll be eating people.
Yeah. Like if
Yeah.
you're
I'll
if
be
you're,
boring
if-
kobolds.
If you're a fighter, you can fucking full Nelson them.
Also,
and
you
drown
get
them.
reach. Yeah, exactly. I think you get.
Yeah.
Reach. Yeah.
Yeah. You could do some pretty cool things with that.
I'll tell you right now.
Now, I'll tell you with this. It wouldn't necessarily. Actually, I suppose it would be. It would be even
You'd be
better
able-
with the fighter that I'm looking at.
You'd be able to
primarily, 'cause
lift that
it's through night.
skull, for example.
Yeah.
You
C-
know you want to
'cause-
play a hasted monk and just oro your way
Can
through
you-
whatever we fight.
Can you reduce and enlarge an object?
Yes.
So you can just reduce the skull.
Yeah, but
It only lasts for a minute.
And yeet that shit.
Oh no.
Wait.
Oh god.
Wait, hold on. Question. Reduce skull, put in bag of holding. Skull returns back to its original size. What happens to the bag of holding? Does it get destroyed?
It bursts.
Things go
and
very bad.
It bursts, and everything in the bag of holding goes all over the astral plane.
Cool. Do that.
Yeah. Things go very
Lose the dragon skull.
And everything else in the bag of holding.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Basically,
though-
bags of holding are very, very dangerous, and she'd be very careful with them.
Though, how would you rule this as a DM? Reduce a large item, catapult a medium item, and then drop concentration as a free action on the large item, as it goes from a medium item to a large item object, and it, like, 8 tuples in weight. How do you do the math on conservation of mass, or does it not matter?
By opening the
Doesn't
DMG
matter.
book and looking at siege weapons.
Wait, so it's essentially like the conservation of mass argument on
Catapult's
something,
damage
like,
is based
it
on
tumbling
on
in
level
size.
it casts at, not the weight of the projectile. However,
Perfect.
catapult is a siege weapon. Does matter about.
Well, no, catapult the spell.
Yeah. So catapult does not change. It's a spell. You're using the item
it
as
does
a
damage.
conduit for a spell. I would flavor Rule of Cool and add a little bit more flare damage on there.
Yeah, that's all I was asking. Like, I was
Yeah.
just curious. I don't have that spell.
Official
I just-
rule says nothing happens. I don't like official
Yeah, like-
rules.
It's
Yeah.
it's the it's the rule
Well,
of cool plus like conservation of mass argument.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
what I might do if I was running it is I'd look at, because catapult's a dex save to avoid. If suddenly the thing that's coming at you is now much bigger than you, I might do some
Disadvantage?
type of penalty on the dex save to say, hey, the thing that's coming at you, you don't have to do much more to get out of the way.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like you, because dropping concentration is a free action, and you could wait till the last second right before it hits them to drop concentration.
Yeah, you could do some messed up thing of like, you try and dodge, and you successfully dodge out of the way of the medium object flying at you. Unfortunately, right before it hits you, it doubles in size, and now it clobbers you still.
I don't like the last part.
But-
If you already
Wait,
rolled, you dodged and
Oh.
then increasing
Well, no,
size,
no,
I'm
it-
gonna
it-
be
Oh
like,
no, that's the that's the you roll with disadvantage, because that's the logic behind why you have disadvantage. Is that
Yeah.
suddenly it's now you have to dodge by much further than you would have.
So like at the table, you roll once, and then right before like you tell them to succeed or not, you tell them to roll again. So like in roll 20, you would just take the lower number.
I'd probably have just said at disadvantage at the start, as this thing, as it's flying towards you, expands, and it's now much harder for you to dodge out of the way. I would make
Yeah,
sure
that's
to
fair.
get it clear at the beginning. You're rolling at disadvantage, or they're rolling at disadvantage. But
Yeah, Kiahi, if you do roll a
fighter.
I'm a necromancer, but I also want to like buff people. Does what's the one that gives you eagle splendor? Like
enhance ability.
Does that help?
Enhance ability.
Does that help
Enhance ability is
anyone?
interesting. I don't know.
Yeah.
Enhance ability
I
is
can
interesting.
take it.
It's a really good spell.
I mean, Constitution is the default, which gives you like a little buff, but like
Okay.
I'm happy to take it.
Dexterity is the default, because you cast that when someone's going out on
Fair,
a stealth mission, and it gives them permanent advantage.
Like I'm happy to be a buffer. Like his point is to be a summoner, but I already have like what spell I want to summon. I just need the material components. I need a pickle and an eyeball and like a 400 gold platinum blade thing. Beyond that, I'm good.
Literal pickle?
I need a pickled tentacle, an eyeball, and a
Are you
platinum
going
inlaid vial.
Is
Okay.
that summon abjuration?
Yes, it is.
Or yeah. Yep, I've looked at that.
I have summoned undead, but I think, and I'm just
Yeah.
gonna have Milos and Vrat and whatever
Yeah.
bodies, but like it's the two friends and whatever, but he's not gonna have more than two. I think more than
Yeah.
two, it gets a bit out of hand.
Yeah, if you're doing lots of minions, you really have to do basically what I had done with Kiahi, and to set up the macro to just go roll everything in one shot so that it's a quick, easy solve.
It's two, because technically, if I nut up all of my spell slots, I can walk around with like 20 per day.
Yeah.
But like, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna have the two friend Tusk Elves, and then everyone else is gonna be like, it's gonna be the two, and then
Yeah.
maybe like one or two more per day that he'll just let go mad and will like bash to death.
Yeah.
By the
yeah, if you're-
way, Tom, did we level up or after
You
the
We did
Wait.
level up.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just I was away when you mentioned it, I think.
I'm gonna roll right
Hold on.
now. I
Yeah.
got how much more extra?
Oh.
5 extra, below average.
Yeah.
Such is fate.
Yeah.
Be an Echo Knight.
Yeah.
I love Echo Knights, but
No, I've
Yeah.
looked at Echo Knight. Echo Knight is really, really cool until you realize that it was written poorly. There's some interesting mechanical features that don't actually work the way you would think they do.
It
I
does.
mean-
Echo, the
It
Echo
also-
has a lot of things that don't quite behave the way you would want them to.
It also means never be captured ever again, though.
yeah,
This is
but I feel like it can only tank one full attack. After
I mean,
that, he's
I'm not-
done.
An Echo
That's-
Knight is not a
that's-
tank. An Echo Knight is a fighter who is never able to be captured. Put him in a cage, tie him up, put him in a dungeon. They're never gone. And then
If
when you get
it-
the higher level one, where you can become
You
your
underestimate the power of anti-dimensional shackles.
Yeah, or blindfold, like you blindfold him and he's done.
Blindfold doesn't matter.
No,
I think.
you don't have to see. I
Nope.
think bonus action
to an
you need to
unaccess-
see.
Yeah, bonus action you have to. Yeah,
You
to
see the
manifest
terrain
Echo, you have
where
to
you want to
see.
do it.
Incapacitate him. Done.
Yeah.
Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Everybody's overcomplicated.
Yeah.
Just knock the fucker out. Like,
Yeah. The issue is that there's a number of things with the Echo that the wording on it, unless
It's
you,
loose as best.
it was not written the best, which
Yeah.
tends to be an unfortunate thing of most of the critical role type, right? All of the Wild Nut
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Matt is a wonderful storyteller. He is a good DM. He just doesn't do mechanics particularly well.
I mean, he expects you to do the bear share of the work by rule of cooling it. How about a
Yes.
Great Weapon Samurai?
Samurai is actually not on my list.
What's the
Really?
difference between a Great Weapon Samurai and a Kensei?
A Great Weapon Samurai has theoretically higher burst damage. A Kensei has higher sustain
Okay.
in mitigation as well as overall. Because that
Yeah.
new Tasha's thing where they're like, "Hey, I missed. How many key points to make it hit? I'm gonna keep doing that."
Yeah, but you're wasting your key points.
You burn through key points so
I-
fast with that.
I mean, you do. But like in
Yeah.
a time when like, oh, the so and so is bloodied.
I
missed
need to
by
hit.
how much? Yeah, yeah.
I can dump. You can dump things in because
Can I
the
just-
issue is you need to be careful on your math with that because assumptions that you know the armor class of the enemy is not. People assume that that's always the case when it's not, and so the math behind that can be questionable on how, depending on how well you're able to gauge the AC of the opponent.
Jill Parry is great though. Like having just that like extra mitigation as a monk is great.
Yeah,
Just to have the option.
Monk is really cool. The issue is that they are so mad that it hurts.
They are. Well, you can always go astral, but then it's the most useless of the extra ones.
No. If I was going to go monk, I'm going either mercy or shadow. I think.
You say that you also have ranger on your list. Is the Drake
Yep.
Warden?
Nope.
For okay, just like
Gloom
I want to
for
see a
4 attacks.
dragon to see what
It's Gloom.
Brandar does.
You saw a dragon.
My initial backup character was actually a shadow monk who's gonna use Samson's dim light to teleport and like get an attack with advantage on people. But
Yeah.
then you had to die.
Yep. Yeah.
Well-
the other one I'm looking at is we don't have a rogue anymore.
Yes, that's why I'm asking you about the
You
ranger.
never had a rogue.
We never had a rogue. Yeah.
It's true. Which is really
Jabbed up luck pick once. What are you talking about?
because Kayaki had stealth at least, but I don't have that have that anymore, and so I'm looking at options of do we need that, but really we need some type of melee, and I'm basically trying to not play the same class as something that I've played before or other groups.
You should totally be a wisp. What's the dead one? Is it whispers?
The
The
are you
one
going
with
guard?
Talking
no. What,
College of
the
Whispers?
rogue, the
What?
rogue that lets you
The
like
Phantom?
roll half your
yes,
sneak attack.
The Phantom Rogue.
If
Phantom
you-
Rogue is cool. Phantom
you
Rogue is
fan-
cool.
Phantom rogue with
Can I just ask
What-
a favor? If you're rolling a new character, make it, if possible, from Barovia, to avoid the never-ending loop of a character is dying, and then like, well, I don't have party knowledge of places.
Casimir. I asked Tom, like, Casimir knows most of what the party's done. Like,
Well, yeah.
he's thankful
Yeah.
for the party for the werewolves, because that's how his Vrat and Milos died.
Yeah, on the chat,
Yeah.
I need to know what you are doing here, to be honest. Like,
Well, okay, so remember what I told you. Actually, you know what? No, it's your backstory. Never mind. I remember what I told
Yeah.
myself. Never mind.
Yeah,
I don't know that they did it. I know that werewolves killed his friends, and that an adventuring group, and then I'm sure like Ao's there.
Can I just say something? I really hate when a module is like, okay, so party is gonna if the party is gonna do this, then roll 2d4. In that many days, because they did that, something else happens. I'm like, okay, so say I roll like the average. I roll 5 days. You know how long 4 or 5 days is? Like, that's like 3 months. They're gonna forget what they did to deserve what's gonna happen.
It's a TPK's worth of things that happened.
Right.
Yeah, that's yeah. There are problems with that. Because yeah, that doesn't work. But yeah, I've got a whole bunch of different things I need to think about and debate.
I still say Samurai Great Weapon is an anime character. One round you decide to like.
I
action
decide
search,
I
fighting
don't like
spirit,
you. You're
everything.
going away.
Yeah, like for single target, like Baba Yaga, you're just like, no, I'm gonna roll 6 times against you, and you're with advantage, and you're just gone.
Yeah, you can do some pretty nasty burst.
Every
wait,
time.
how many? 6
What?
attacks?
6
That's
attacks
summary?
isn't even bad.
I'm picturing hasted. I'm picturing hasted
Oh,
action search.
okay.
Yeah, the
Oh,
real one you can do
action
is what is it? You do 2 levels of fighter, many levels
What?
of
Doom
Question.
Stalker?
Gloomstalker,
If you
and
target,
then you can do stupidity in the beginning because you're going to win initiative.
you haste the
You
target.
have-
You
Yeah.
cast a spell magic on it. Does the haste go away? Haste is gonna be useless. I'm just kidding, but like I'm just. laughing.
You could theoretically like make that work.
Yeah,
There is a way to make that
Like
work.
so many DMs complain about like, oh no, my characters can like fly or whatever. I'm like, they'll
incapacitation.
die faster if you
Yep.
like. That's nothing.
No,
You ha- yeah.
I've totally
You
had
have-
someone have like, if you do the DPR calculation, someone like a hasted blah 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 can do that, but then all of a sudden like, legendary action dispel magic.
You can't
On this
legendary
person.
action dispel magic,
Yeah.
but okay.
The person's already like stunned on their turn. The big bad attacks them with advantage. They're fucking dead.
Can you imagine
It-
legendary action cast a spell? Fuck.
That's totally a thing. It's totally a thing.
Who?
Liches do it. Archmages do it. Like
Fuck. Wait, what?
it's usually like 2 legendary actions to cast a spell.
Archmage? That'd be cool.
Archmage. Let me
It's
Yeah. The other thing to remember that no one seems to understand with the people who are able to do that, I wipe a guy in one turn,
Archmage does not have.
is that I
legendary
have now
actions.
spent all of my resources, and in the next 3 encounters, I'm doing mediocre damage at best. Right?
Being
There's
cool.
a reason
Sure.
it's called. There's a reason they're called Nova build. they can go Nova once, and then you have to long rest.
You
Because
better
that-
kill it.
Yeah, you are expending everything you have in that one round to kill this thing, and then
you guys
you are
burned.
hopeless.
You burned it. You burnt it in
Most-
the house.
Most
God.
DMs are like, it's because most DMs like encounter build like animes where like, oh, you have the one big bad. Like, never have a one big bad.
Wait,
I
guys.
run, like-
I think we did something wrong. What happened
I'm
with the hot
recycling it. It's
stuff?
fine. You burned an item in the house, and I just remembered it was there, and I'm like, damn it. I'll figure it out now. It's fine.
We don't know about it, so it's somewhere else.
The goats, guy. The goats have it.
I can't believe you guys lost. Like, whatever, Jeb is lost. Well, no big deal. You guys lost Geahi, and like, not only did you not cast basic healing spells that would have, like, got him out of there.
I know. Like, I thought,
it's
like, we didn't
you were
have healing word.
You were standing 20 feet away from a scroll for Revivify. I was sitting there like, wow, if only, like, Esmeralda was with him, maybe I would have, like, wasted her one Revivify. Whatever, it's fine.
If only Jeb acted like a rogue and searched the chest instead of insulting the big bad.
Yeah. I don't know why you guys didn't enter a house. You guys chickened out. I don't know why you guys... I don't know why
said
they
no
stayed...
windows. You said no windows and no
I
doors.
said there's a window on the door.
I thought you said no windows.
Well, that's how he got to peek inside and see the crib.
Yeah.
I thought he
Yeah,
looked through slats.
and- But
There's windows?
I said there's like
Ah.
one circular window
Yeah.
on the
I
front
missed
door.
that.
I did
Yeah.
some new windows. The house has windows.
Make
Okay,
your
now.
own window. Like you guys have swords. Just fucking
Oh,
dig into it.
and again, ultimately, the way I was looking at it is, I was going to basically get Muriel out, and then we were leaving, and that was it. We were gonna be gone
Could've.
because I was assuming that the Goodberry wake up, fiery teleport us out, and we're clear.
Tom, what would you have done if Jeb miraculously survived
You would have
like the
kept
first
going.
2 rounds of initiative?
You would
Power
Would you have
Work.
kept going for him because he had more
You-
than enough like
you
targets
were
after that.
you were like priority target because I mean
Yeah, look, he
it's a bit
he insulted
bummer.
Mama.
I don't know how much I want to tell you guys about Baba Zaga that she's dead. Because nothing stops me from like casting Revivify. Or like not
Yeah, she can
Revivify.
come back.
Whatever. But like it doesn't matter. I don't think actually no. You guys we'll see what you guys do next session and then I'll know for sure because you guys are currently sitting beside her beating heart and nobody's doing anything about it.
Yeah, wait. What do you mean? I thought her beating heart was like burnt or whatever.
Ew. So
Her beating
Me-
heart's in the house, right? Where that's on
I
fire.
described the gem being the house's heart. Maybe you confused that. Her body, as you were inspecting it, covering out its eyes, I was describing something beating in her chest. And you felt it reverberate through the soil.
Oh, I misunderstood.
It's
I
fine.
thought
I was being poetic, so maybe I was being a little bit too vague. Her body, you can see a beating heart, like you can feel a beating heart. In her. Something evil is trying to survive, and Muriel would have pointed.
Stabs.
No,
Yeah.
it's you
Oh,
think
no, no,
you think it's that
If
simple?
her heart's beating after she's dead, Casimir is definitely cutting that shit out. Are you kidding me? A heart that beats after a dead body?
Muriel is
He
gonna
fucking
tell
wants
you,
that for
remind you
himself.
guys what that means, because she's been spying around and she's pretty much the dump NPC when it comes to this. Time to consecrate a Fane, essentially. Or keep the heart and never consecrate a Fane. Also an option.
Both. Like, consecrate the Fane, sure, but I want that fucking beating heart after a body dies. Like, that might be useful.
Hmm.
Like, Casimir's gonna fucking just start picking up body
I mean,
parts.
you
for-
do have an artificer in the party. You can just get any heart and make it beat with artificer magic.
I mean, sure, but this is natural. Like, he's
Oh,
He's
there's
like-
nothing natural about it, baby.
natural in that, like, it's happening without us acting on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's like a scavenger magician in that,
Can
like,
I just
oh,
say?
there's a magical effect on this. I gotta like get what I can out of this.
Can I
before
just
the
say
magic
that as
works.
much as I like flavoring her as a crone and stuff, Baba Lysaga is not a hag.
Yeah, I got that when this might fail.
Yeah, this might fail. She's not a fiend, not a hack, so don't be like, oh, well, you don't know your creatures. Like, no, she's a humanoid. She's a human. She had Barovian history, which I'm hoping to revisit, maybe over dinner. Maybe you guys will be like, oh, who was Lysaga to you? And Sora is gonna be like, oh, fucking cunt. No, but like, seriously. She had like history and connection to land and stuff, so...
We can always, if you give me 8 hours, I can cast Speak with Dead on her.
You could. Wow, you could actually get post-mortem freaking, information. Yeah, you could.
We can do that with her head, right? Like, we don't need her body, we just need her head.
Remember the Vistani's head in the box?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they have
Just
an
the
orifice,
head.
they can have you. She can have her eyes gauged out, her nose pinched, whatever. As long as there's a mouth.
Casimir is dark.
Not that bad.
Welcome to
Waste not,
Barovia.
want not.
He's not an edgelord.
You know who's dark? Do you know who's dark, Aya? Mrs. I still carry a pie piece in my pocket, made of children. Don't talk to me about dark.
Yeah, I was this close to give it to the kobolds. But
Why?
I mean, the kobolds would have eaten that. That's fucking human.
What a waste, though.
yeah.
The freeing capacity.
Those pies are definitely just like fentanyl. That's how I pictured it. Like, people just want to do some fucking fentanyl to get away from Barovia.
Yeah. They paid high price to essentially live outside of Barovia within Dream Realm. Yeah. For price.
Also, DM, I need another character sheet, please.
Why? Oh, yeah.
Undead Spirit.
Yeah.
The thing he can cast with a skull that he can presently do, Undead Spirit.
Oh, okay. What's stat block? Jokes aside.
Undead Spirit. It can become 3 things.
I'm assuming it's the same as my Wildfire Spirit, so it should have its own stat block.
Yeah, it can become...
Summon undead? That's the one?
No, yeah, it can become an undead spirit. It can become, what is it?
I'm reading.
It can become like a ghost, a ghast, and a different thing.
When you cast a spell,
ghost, a skeleton,
it's
and
it's a form,
ghoul.
though. It doesn't change its stat block.
It does.
Oh, it does?
If you look down at the actions and the other things, it says putrid only, ghostly only, skeletal only. But yeah, you have it if you just search in
Do you want me to send me an image for it, or do you want to do your own thing?
I'll send you an image of it. It becomes 3 different things, just
but
generic.
It's the one stat block, though.
It's the one stat block, but it becomes 3 different things. Just generic corpse. I'll find like one on Pinterest. It's just like whatever body he finds, because I need like a body to cast it on, I think.
I'm not sure. I have a question. The skull, the staff with the skull was always there on Casimir?
Yes. No. Like
I probably wasn't holding that
we
up
met
when
him.
he met you the first time.
When we met him,
yeah,
no, because essentially, I believe this is how it went down. So Strahd was like, "I'm making a new character." I'm like, "Okay," and he was like, "I want to be of Barovia." I was like, "Here's an option," and then he picked the class, and we made him like wizard.
Okay,
right?
cool.
I think he was wizard first, and I told him you can be Casimir. I'm not sure, but no, the scroll was his idea. You can ask him all about it. What's it about? I'm not gonna tell you. He can.
There's a story behind it.
Right.
I was like spitballing a bunch, and then like, hey, you want to be Casimir? Like, sure. Yeah, it gives me more reason.
Yeah, he's just Jafar. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was all Throughout's idea. This call.
It was your idea, wasn't it? You said, hey, do you want to be X? And I said, yeah, sure.
Yeah, but your idea was this call, staff. I asked you what you want. What do you want?
I wanted to be a summoner boy, and then I said that, and then you offered Casimir. You're like, hell yeah.
Yeah, but the skull staff was your idea.
Yes.
Yeah. When I asked you for aesthetics.
It was either that or be able to cast Summon Aberration, which I was leading to, and then be more useless elsewhere. Here is a good overall image that you can just slam in there.
I'm gonna start working on my backup character. Like, Today I thought I was gonna die before the monkey.
Before monkey, essentially.
Yeah.
Are we friends now? Because I made you a monkey?
Yeah, totally.
Like
I
you
feel
saw the damage
invigorated
output
by
of that fucking heart.
Yeah,
You're supposed.
I mean, in the first run, it did 35 damage, and because it only attacked me once.
Mhm.
No, but me. So yeah, I thought like
Yeah.
I was a goner.
So
Yeah,
A
each
is
hit
gonna
was
give
that.
him. So A, you're gonna give me some of your blood then.
Yes.
Nice. I've been around a vial, so it's good to know. I'm not gonna ask for it just yet, but
This is what Nadia should be doing. It feels like.
Ask
I
for
mean,
blood.
Yeah,
Nadia
being a
has
dampier.
Nadia has half a jar worth of Dreb's blood. She can drink it until it's out, and then miss him even more.
Tastes like friendship.
Yeah.
I had plans for that.
Ironic.
Mhm. Mhm.
When's the next
Oh,
one?
is this gonna be like Yesterhill, where there's like 4 more encounters before arrest?
That's the thing. I'm really afraid of the Circle of Stones. Like
I'm
if
fucking
it's similar to Jester Hill, we're fuck.
I'm fucking tapped. This character is a ritual caster, so like I'm fucking tapped.
Why did you make him a ritual caster?
Because I
Well,
had shit stats,
to,
so
to,
I
to
made
be
a
fair,
character where
you have a
DCs didn't
spell
matter.
book, so you pick up spells as you find them.
Yeah.
This campaign is very generous for wizards. If you know where to look for, you guys don't investigate. You guys don't investigate Baba Yaga's hut. You don't investigate Watch Their House. You investigate some places, but never the ones where it's like there's an entire spell book in this fucking house and you guys are not going there.
This character specifically, I'm writing him as he's scrounging. That's why he's asking for blood all the time. Waste not, want not. Everything. He's like picking everything clean. He's a vulture. Like everything not nailed down, if it has a use, is going to be used. His spell book is none of his spells. It's from all the dead adventurers, which is why it's mostly rituals. So he doesn't have to prepare them. But like his present spell book is relatively not the best, so he's hoping to find more useful things.
I'm gonna call the recording here. I've been recording this entire time.
Oh yeah, no, cut